Hey, Debbie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, I'm gonna turn this volume all the way up and we're gonna get started. And it's already being started.
Oh, okay. I got it. Anybody need to call me in the door? Yes, sir. No. All right, I call the meeting of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy to order. We have a roll call. Sure. Let the record, okay. Ryan Jolly, Rebecca Mitchell, Rodney Richmond, Lenore Newsom, Debbie Max with us on Zoom, and I'm Lynn Krause, the president, are present for this meeting. And have any business we need to go to? Let's do the first order of business.
Absolutely. We'll turn over to Ms. Whitmore for our financials.
Good morning. Our fund balance as of January 31st is $3,614,481. That's our total fund balance. And currently we are still in our renewal season until the end of March. Right now, 96% of our facilities have renewed, and that's the facilities like hospitals, the facilities, that kind of thing. And 67% of pharmacy technicians. So we started out with 10,400 technicians, and we have about 3,400 that have not renewed, which is kind of typical for this time of year. We usually have dropped quite a few and then gave them all back throughout the next couple of years. So that's what I have for the financials to start out with.
About page 15 under the minutes and financials tab. You guys want to look at any of the specifics?
Not there.
All early in the meeting. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it.
Give us calculator at the bottom, we do that, we check more than that for it.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about financials. That was for the FY 24 years or anything, so out of the ordinary that we'll try to do this year.
We do have the opportunity to fund the rural loan program again. Dean Stover, actually, the state. I think they may have some updates on the program itself. We have the opportunity to fund that again with up to $400,000. We had 14 applicants a couple weeks ago at UAMS that we have funded. They've received their announcements. The funding for that is roughly $240,000 for that scholarship fund. Harding, we are setting up when we can do interviews. They have 5 applicants at Harding. My suggestion would be to split it basically 75-25 to kind of match the percentage of students from each school that have applied for it. So we appreciate a vote on that before the end of our board meeting if you want to wait on Dean Stover actually. The other thing that we have financially is the last few years, the board has waived all of the initial application fees of new graduates, either from our schools here or graduates that are coming to practice in Arkansas. We get a number of people that either are doing residencies or practicing in the state. This year, we would suggest it is slightly different. The criminal background check process has changed a little bit for Arkansas to where instead of everything coming to us and then getting submitted for state police, FBI, we're doing live scan. In live scan, you actually go to a location and they scan your fingerprints and they can actually collect their fee for your fingerprinting as well as the fee for the background check itself, which keeps it from needing to be a pass-through fund for us, which affects our money and speeds up the process. So staff recommendation on that is if the board would vote to go ahead and waive all of our fees on that, realizing that the criminal background check will be a separate entity, not the board of pharmacy. And we can take a vote on that on the financials this morning. Let's look at the question.
You want to go now? I think we have a motion.
I'll second.
Right, we have a motion by Dr. Jolly, second by Dr. Newsom, to appropriate the funds.
Well, we need to accept the minutes. We wanted a vote to waive fees for new grads that are going to practice in Arkansas. And if you want to now, you can go ahead and appropriate funds, and we can probably update on what had actually gone out over the past few years for the scholarship funds. So it's kind of three issues. You want them in one or separate?
So minute approval and then
Financial.
and then approval of the funds
For the rural local program and waive fees for new grads.
All right, well, let's back up a second. Do we have a set of minutes?
Yes.
All in favor of that?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Motion, may I entertain a motion to accept the financials? Motion by Dr. Jolly, second by Dr. Newsom, all in favor?
Aye.
Financials approved. So now I need a motion for the approval of the rural home program and also in that will she spend to waive the fees for the new grads. All right, so Dr. Jolly originally made that motion, Dr. Newsom seconded it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Just to let you guys know, we have had, in some of our budgetary review process, the legislature looks at ongoing balances of different agencies. Thus far, we've been basically advised it looks like we're doing a good job of keeping our balance from growing too large. A large part of that has been because of loans and scholarships that we've given. I have to ask Dean actually, but I know that Dean Stowe told us that we already, through that program, given out roughly $1 million over the years from the corpus from the Board of Pharmacy and from the growth in there.
And this is also in your tablets. I'm not sure exactly where it should be, right there close to the financials, and that is, this is the first meeting of the year, so it's state law that you all approve the ability to authorize the stipend payments you get, as well as reimbursement for board meetings and other outside travel meetings.
It's the final page of number one.
We do that in February.
Motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
First motion is made by Dr. Newsom, second by Dr. Mitchell. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
That will cover board stipends as well as the meetings that the board approved for travel and expense reimbursement. That all you have, Mr. Moore? Also want to let you guys know, I've had a couple of contacts from the legislature asking about services for people with disabilities such as visual impairment. Right now, it's not necessarily that we're asking or that we're being asked to either have a statutory requirement or a regulatory requirement, but my office has been, I think a lot of pharmacies have some of this availability right now. Some probably have it, don't even realize that they have some of those tools in their systems of how to check the boxes for foreign language, visually impaired, hearing impaired patients. But I've gotten a flyer from them of some of the available topics, especially for visually impaired. And my offer was to help, put that out on like our closed Facebook group, which catches up a majority of pharmacy-related people in the state of Arkansas, to let them know here are some tools for people with visual impairment, encourage them to be prepared when they have someone with a disability asset. I'll get you a copy of the flyer that I provided. So you can see it here. It's actually pretty neat. There's some of them where you can program the bottles, and it even has a thing to pop up braille on an electronic device if they need to read braille, help them with knowing what is in that bottle. Any questions on that? We will have reciprocity in a few minutes. I was also going to bring up, it has come to our attention, as many of you will remember, a few years back, we had a statute passed that the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy can pass a rule that would put a parallel restriction on a pharmacy from another state shipping into Arkansas. That state would put on a Arkansas pharmacy shipping there. We try to work through some issues. We have a specific issue with a state that will not accept Arkansas-based inspections for sterile compounding, even though our 3 inspectors are all pharmacists. Dr. McCready is also a pharmacist. They are all nationally certified for sterile compounding. We use the NABP blueprint for sterile compounding. But at least one state, if we have a sterile compounder here that wishes to ship to that state, they either have to get an NABP full BPP inspection, or that state has a selected entity that they will allow to inspect for them. They will not approve ours. I would suggest that by policy, we set policy on what inspections are acceptable to the Board of Pharmacy. So if the board so wished, we would say, well, for that specific state, since they would not accept our inspections, we will not accept theirs. Either they would have to get one from us or have an NABP BPP inspection for their sterile compounders to ship in Arkansas.
There's precedent for that in the past, reciprocity pharmacists in certain states.
Yes.
et cetera.
The other thing we run into in the past, and this actually came up years ago, was about emergency kits and long-term care. We have an adjacent state that will not allow an Arkansas pharmacy to ship an emergency kit more than 20 miles from where they are located into that other state. So then the board has a policy that that state can therefore not have pharmacies ship emergency kits into the middle of Arkansas. And every once in a while, someone from that state will get upset. We advise them that as soon as their state releases that hold on an Arkansas pharmacy, we would immediately do so in, I guess, mirroring their action. So, be consistent.
So we have a pharmacy that's not in the state of Arkansas, that is licensed by us, but won't allow our inspection.
That state would not allow a sterile compounding pharmacy in Arkansas to ship into that state unless they had a national inspection.
No, the current problem. The current problem. Is that the current problem?
Yeah.
So it's an Arkansas pharmacy.
Cannot ship into that state unless they have a national inspection. So what we're saying is, well, then we would not allow a pharmacy doing sterile compounding from that state to ship into Arkansas without a national inspection. And apparently it's been the policy for quite some time. So it would be, well, show us your national inspection, or you're not going to be able to ship compounded products that are sterile in Arkansas any longer, because they won't allow our pharmacies to do it. It's, I mean, it's almost a
It's fair, but
legislative
what does it
directive.
help? Like, I don't know, I just feel like that's an undue burden on pharmacies and they, over something they can't control. It adds another hoop for pharmacies, well, and other pharmacies, Arkansas patients trying to get products from outside. It adds another hoop that's really just bureaucratic, right? We don't have a true safety concern. We've been fine with it up to this point. But based on another state board's policy, now we're gonna limit something else, and I'm just not sure what that solves. I understand that it's fair, I'm just not sure that it's.
It's more political in the,
Right.
the fact that we would traditionally have reviewed their inspections and seen it, but it doesn't affect Arkansas pharmacies at all if we take this line, because the other state has already taken it.
It affects Arkansas patients that would otherwise be getting prescriptions from those out-of-state pharmacies.
Possible, or they could get it from Arkansas pharmacy. or from any other state that didn't have that restriction on Arkansas shippers.
I just don't know that we should limit what options Arkansas residents have for getting prescriptions based on politics. If we don't have a safety or quality concern. I'm not saying it's not fair, I'm saying I just don't know that it's helpful for Arkansas patients.
You guys want to pull the statute from what you see?
No, I personally don't. I mean, you can create an environment where it's safer to have a pharmacy that's making sterile products outside the state of Arkansas than inside.
Yeah.
So you're essentially pushing business out.
I've asked the other state to recognize our inspections, they will not. So they could either hire there's a third party in that state that they will accept for the national BPP inspection. Other than that, they will not accept our inspections from our staff or our
For them.
for them.
And the policy doesn't prevent them from getting licensed for the state. It just says you have to have a BCP inspection, just like they make our policies. It's not that we're limiting their ability to ship into the state. They can still ship if they get the appropriate inspection.
Is there anything we need to do?
Is if you guys want us to follow kind of the direction of the statute and put that restriction in place or not.
Do you have any comments, suggestions, motions?
We need a motion.
I mean, it's already law.
It's a board policy issue, not a rule or statute, or, well, it's following a statute that tells us we can and not. I mean, it's the expectation when the statute was passed at that time. I can't speak to what the legislature might say today is we got that statute in expectation that we would have parallel restrictions on businesses across state lines if it was a restriction on Arkansas business. We tried to fix it before with emergency kits and same state. It's a weird one for us.
What's the any particular drug involved?
Now, like emergency kits was kind of wild. I mean, if you have a pharmacy on the Arkansas side of Texarkana, you cannot ship an emergency kit more than 20 miles from where you're located in Texarkana, Arkansas, in the state of Texas. But if you lived in Dallas or El Paso, you could ship it to Texarkana, Texas. So it was, I don't know that it made a lot of sense, but that's just the way that they wrote the rules.
Are we bringing logic to the vote?
That's the problem. No, that's exactly what it is. It's a I'll show you kind of issue. But if we do it and they change the policy, it's just like we dealt with Florida and California for years of reciprocity. You know, eventually it changed, and then we immediately said our restrictions over. As long as you didn't take an athlete sitting in a seat in Florida, you couldn't get licensed in Florida. This has to work. So
There's a comment on the chat. I think somebody was having trouble with the audio. So it popped up in the video.
we usually Jennifer Monner. Maybe it's,
No, it wasn't Debbie.
well, I can remember.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it's not, it's okay. I think with that, we are ready to start reciprocity here in just a second.
So what did we decide on?
I think you might want to think about it, and I can pull the specific situation, look at it, unless y'all want to make a motion now to do it. And we can do it by policy on the staff side, and anyone that doesn't like it can come present to the board. I mean, that's what we've done with inspections in the past. If we see an inspection from another state, we go, this is not sufficient, or there were issues with it, just like we do with, 503B outsourcers. If there's an issue with the inspection, we would bring it before you. Say, well, you can ask the board members if they'll accept it. So,
Yeah, I'm gonna do that bonus. I'm gonna do that bonus. Got policy in place to take it through, if they have agreed, so.
you ready for group one?
Yes.
All right. Need to pull this one, so I can see if I can get it here. And then I'll do a quick overview for all the reciprocity forms.
Yeah, hey, can we take a brief break? Somebody else before.
Oh,
You say it's not clear?
And it's got somebody's lipstick on it, so
that's perfect.
Okay.
Kevin's on
Yeah.
So you know who wants it.
Just a minute.
Okay. It looks like a little more.
We'll be right back, guys. What is?
In water?
Yeah.
Can you tell
What
us?
is it?
Yeah.
It's like an electrolyte thing.
We good?
No. So bad. I think that's like.
Y'all started baseball? Playing games or practice?
Just practice.
Both boys playing?
No, Cole's not playing. He's,
Brave man. Can't win.
That's what. Because last year.
I'm good. Appreciate that. All right.
Okay.
Quotable quotes.
You guys ready? Yes, sir. All right, for our first reciprocity group, I'm gonna ask our board members especially to speak up, because I realize you guys are all trying to listen to us on Zoom. And while we were in the process of getting a little bit better technology in our room, we keep waiting on shipping delays on those parts. So our only microphone is on our web camera right up here. For the first group, what we'll do is we'll call you up alphabetically. Most of you heard this during your reciprocity jurisprudence exam. And we will ask you to answer 4 questions. The board members on our tablets, we actually have your question for reciprocity candidates page, so they will see just a little bit about you, but they want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you are getting a license in the state of Arkansas. When we go through your group, stick around until the end of it, and at the end of it, the board members will take a vote on your section of this. We've got it split into different times alphabetically. So the first one we have, let's see, first name Islam. Let's see, is it Abdulhamid?
Yes, sir. Present. Can you guys hear me okay?
Great.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. My name is Islam Abdulhamid. I'm a licensed pharmacist out of Texas. I received my education in Egypt and then went on to get my FPG EC in the US. That was in 2014. My initial licensure was 2016. And the reason I'm looking for licensure in Arkansas is because my company is looking to acquire 50 state licensure to be part of chronic management programs.
And that's for Pyramids Pharmacy, doing specialty?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, next up, we've got Troy Agard. I can see you, Troy, but you're muted.
There we go. I muted myself briefly, so sorry about that. All right. So my name is Troy Agard. I'm from Waltham, Massachusetts. I went to school at Mass College of Pharmacy in Worcester, Massachusetts. The reason I'm looking for a Arkansas license is to expand the shipping capabilities of the Waltham branch of Onco 360.
And it's mainly oral on Onco, no compounding, as I recall.
Yep, no compounding.
Any questions for him? All right. Annetta Allen.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, my name is Annetta Allen. I'm originally from Worcester, Massachusetts, but reside currently in Clearwater, Florida. I went to school in Mass College of Pharmacy in Boston, and I'm currently working at Fresenius RX, and I am attaining that license just for shipping capabilities as well. So we're allowed to ship to patients that reside in the state.
And did you get to visit your sister location while you were here?
I did not. It was very quick, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Any questions? All right. Greg Andreas.
Good morning. My name is Craig Stephen Andreas. I go by Stephen. Went to Ole Miss, graduated in 2019 from Memphis, but currently we live in Oxford, Mississippi. And we are relocating to Arkansas because I work for Walmart and we're trying to get closer to my wife's family and they live in Springfield. So we are looking in the Bentonville area currently.
Questions for him? All right. Let's see. Annalisa Hahnemann.
Hi, good morning. My name is Annalisa Aniban. I am a foreign graduate. I graduated in the Philippines. I live in Houston, Texas, and currently working at Cardinal Health. We do remote order verification for hospitals in Arkansas, so I needed a license there.
Do you know what facilities are going to be mapped for you?
Honestly, I don't know yet, no.
I know a lot of times they don't tell you until you get your license, but.
Yes, correct, yes.
Any questions for her? All right. Let's see. Jay Stryker.
All right. My name is Jay Stryker. Obviously, I just have an initial for first name, so I go by Stryker. So that helps a little bit there. I was born in Wichita Falls, Texas. I actually went to school at Texas Tech University for undergrad and pharmacy school. And then I moved to San Antonio in 2005 when I graduated and lived here since. Currently with Optum RX and working on getting my licensure. We do ship to all, well, 50 of the 50 states, including Puerto Rico. We do not to Mississippi, and working on just getting my licensure so I can take over the PIC role for the site. So.
Any questions? Okay. Dr. Bacher.
Sorry about that. Good morning. My name is Rafiq Bakhtar. I had to wear my mask because I'm at my workplace. We do have to still wear masks here. So, but I'm just excused during my introduction time. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. So again, yeah, I'm licensed here in the state of California. I am a foreign graduate. I did graduate from Cairo, Egypt as well. I moved here to the States in 2019. Started with my first licensure in California, followed by Texas. I'm currently licensed with, I'm also like almost done with my process for Michigan as well. And Arkansas is also on my list. The reason being is that our business here in my pharmacy, AmeriPharma, is to expand the states that we can ship specialty medications to, as well as compounded, sterile compounded medications, such as like parenteral nutrition is one of the services we provide. as well as also getting the 50 states licenses to be able to provide services, for other medical groups, for maybe limited distribution medications that would benefit from having us. We are currently registered in more than 40 states as so far.
And when was your last inspection there?
We just had our VPP inspection conducted in December of 2022.
All right, Mallory Brown.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Mallory Brown. I am a pharmacist with Optum RX, and I am originally from Dallas, Texas, went to Texas Tech School of Pharmacy as well as Stryker. We do go back a ways. And I am currently in Phoenix, Arizona. We are currently opening a new fulfillment center out here just outside of Phoenix in Mesa, and looking to acquire our non-resident license in the state of Arkansas, and I will be acting PIC.
Any questions, Mr. Brown? All right, Evan Cleaver.
Everyone, can you hear me? Hey, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but there's an echo.
Okay. Just a moment. Sorry, guys. Is it better now?
I don't know if I can make sense of that, because
How about now?
that's better. Oh, that's better.
Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. My name is Evan Cleaver. I'm a pharmacist. I live in Dallas, Texas. I'm from Odessa, Texas. Go Broncos. Went to college at University of Houston. Go Cougs. I am a 503B compounding pharmacist in Dallas at Mark Cuban Cost Plus Drug Company, and we are in the hopes of opening a 503B facility sometime this summer. So I'm trying to outrun the licensure process on the pharmacist in charge. Sorry for the noise. We're literally on top of each other in our little office space.
I know once you have your initial inspections and everything, we're gonna want unredacted copies of that, but we can be in contact with you on that once you have your application ready to submit.
Of course, anything you need.
You guys have not submitted any applications yet, have you, for the 503B side?
No, sir. There's an application waiting on my signature, but we're not quite there yet. So probably looking for March or April.
And it's for the 503B under the outsourcer permit, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you also going to apply for a retail pharmacy permit to ship other retail meds from that location?
So right now, our separate business, our wholesale kind of business, retail pharmacy business, is fulfilled by a third party, True Pill. In the event that we do want to do that, we'll have a separate retail license, separate PIC, separate building to handle that business model.
Yeah, I mean, I was just confused because on this, it talks about prescription, but also.
All right, thank you, Dr. Cleaver.
Thank you.
Patrice Clifford.
Hi, good morning. My name is Patrice Clifford. Live in Houston, Texas. I went to Texas Southern University, graduated in 2007. I work for Cardinal. We do remote order entry for multiple states. So I'm getting licensed for that purpose.
And I bet they haven't told you who you're mapped to yet.
No, I asked, but they didn't answer the question.
I love asking people that because they always wonder and they don't know. So, anything else for her? All right, Marshall DeGroot.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Marshall. I'm from Phoenix, Arizona. Went to pharmacy school in Virginia at Shenandoah University. getting licensed. I'm actually in the process of changing companies, but originally was getting licensed as part of Amazon to be a backup PIC, but I will be starting with Optum starting next week.
All right, Maria, is it Dimitriou?
Yes. Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Maria Dimitriou. I am from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I went to Duquesne University, graduated in 2013, and I am looking to get my license in Arkansas to be a backup PIC for my company.
And have you obtained your license in Pennsylvania now?
Yes, yeah, the pharmacy, yes, we did.
Okay, and has it had an operational inspection or just a pre-inspection?
The state of Pennsylvania just had the pre-inspection. We're actually due for an inspection coming up this month, March.
Okay, we'll just have to have some operational time and an actual operational inspection. Say, anything else for her? All right, Jennifer Dinsman.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Rashay Dinsman. I do go by Rashay. I'm from Baker, Florida, just a small town about an hour from the beach in Destin or even Pensacola. I went to school at Auburn University, graduated 2018. I'm trying to obtain my license in Arkansas to replace a pig. I currently work at Crestview Pharmacy in Crestview, Florida, which is a non-sterile compounding facility which specializes in hormone replacement therapy. So we're just trying to ship those specialty meds into your state.
And all direct to patient?
All direct to patient, absolutely.
Any questions for Dr. Dinsman? All right, see Stephen Doyen.
Hello, good morning. My name is Stephen Doyen. I live in Louisville, Kentucky, actually just north of Louisville in Indiana, but in the Louisville area is where I grew up and went to pharmacy school. Went to Sullivan University College of Pharmacy, graduated in 2012. I'm currently working at Theracom Pharmacy. We're a free goods dispensing pharmacy, dispensing free goods for various manufacturer patient assistance programs. We are a branch of AmerisourceBergen and doing this for license redundancy.
Any questions for him? Engine operation is just all patient assistance, no fee.
I apologize. What was the question?
No, I was just telling the board members a couple of points on your pharmacy, that it's a patient assistance only, no fee pharmacy.
That is correct.
All right. Shannon Fager.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Fager. I live in Kansas City, Kansas. I went to the University of Kansas, and I am receiving my license because I work for Optum Home Infusion, and it's for redundancy.
Questions? All right. Raymond Farr.
Good morning. My name is Raymond Farr. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Raymond Farr. I actually live in Monticello, Indiana. I work out of the Express Scripts Whitestown facility, and I serve as the backup to the pharmacist, the director of pharmacy practice. And I'm a 92 graduate from Butler University.
And is that facility processing or fulfillment?
It's fulfillment. I'm sorry.
Questions for me? Haley Gray.
Hi, I'm Haley Gray. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, and I graduated from Purdue University this past May. I currently work for U.S. Renal Care Pharmacy, and we do ship our medications to patients in Arkansas. So I was just looking to get licensed to be a backup to our current PIC.
And Haley, is that a different company than your original application?
I might have put RX Partners because RX Partners partnered with USRC. to provide their pharmacy services.
Any questions for her? Okay. Renee Gregorich.
Hello, my name is Renee Gregorich. I currently live in Sioux City, Iowa. I went to the University of Iowa College of Pharmacy, and I'm looking to continue to work for Walmart in Northwest Arkansas because my husband works for Tyson and we're being relocated to that region through the corporate office of Tyson.
Questions for her? All right. It's Michelina Hess.
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. My name is Michelina Hesse. I'm from New Jersey. I went to school at University of the Sciences in Philadelphia, or Philadelphia College of Pharmacy. And currently I work for Correctional Pharmacy, and I'm looking to obtain my licensure in Arkansas to be a backup pick.
It's all non-sterile, all direct to patient.
Correct.
Any other questions you guys have for her? Is it compound pharmacy? Yes, non-sterile. There's the list of most there is. And all the veterinary products are direct to the home, not the veterinarian?
Correct.
Okay, and next up, Kimberly Hine.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Hind. I'm from Syracuse, New York. I went to the Albany College of Pharmacy, and I currently work for Noble Health Services, and I'm looking for licensure just to be the backup to the pick.
Questions for her? All right, Mr. President, that's the end of our 9:30 group. All right, you guys want to consider their applications, then I can do a review on CE and other. All right.
Motion to approve these candidates for licensure. Motion by Dr. Newsom.
Second.
Second by Dr. Mitchell. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All.
Just a reminder, all of you, so your group has been approved. Please pay attention to our CE requirements for Arkansas. If you do not have the CPE Monitor app from NABP on your cell phone, I would highly suggest getting it because it will help you keep up with your CE requirements for all your states. We do a 100% audit for all pharmacists on their CE each biennium, which the board has some cases on to see here in a couple of days. A couple of other things that I will tell you is that in Arkansas, we do have a closed Facebook group for licensed pharmacists and pharmacy personnel in the state of Arkansas that if you are interested, you'd be welcome to join it. It gives a lot of updates of some of the things that are happening politically. You'll also see some people put job advertisements or notifications of things such as suspicious prescriptions that are going around or fraud rings.
And we'd also like to admonish that you consider joining or keeping up with the Arkansas Pharmacists Association. We're a strong lobbying group advocating for advancement and workplace environment, et cetera, for pharmacists. And welcome to the state of Arkansas.
That's it for everyone who's completed all their other requirements for your licensure. We will be shipping those out to you. So we are done with this part of reciprocity. Our next group is at 10 o'clock. You guys just want to take a quick break until then and let everybody kind of shuffle through Zoom.
We got Heim is the next one.
No, Heim was our last one. Home will be the next one at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. And we will be back at 10 o'clock.
Straight up.
Straight up.
All right, welcome back.
All right, so we are up for our 10 o'clock reciprocity group. As most of you have heard before, we will call you up in alphabetical order. The board is going to want to know the following 4 things: who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. The board members have your questions for reciprocity candidates in front of them, so I'll give them a chance to glance at those to make sure if there are any additional questions other than what I asked you before we move on to the next person. Please stick around until we are done with your group, and then the board will take a vote on all of you as a group, and we'll review CE requirements, a couple other things. So if I butcher your name, by all means, feel free to correct us and how it is supposed to be pronounced, but I will do my best to try to do it justice. First, we have James Holman.
Hi, that's how you pronounce the name, James Holman, so that's good.
All right.
I'm a pharmacist here in Orange County, California. I went to school in a small school in Sacramento, California, called California North State University. I work for a small specialty company, specialty pharmacy company called Reciprocity of Nevada. Why I need a Arkansas license. The former PIC, or the PIC currently right now, is planning on transitioning to a different job. And so we're licensed in 49 states, and I'm working on getting licenses so he can finally move on and go to another position. But yeah, we're a small specialty hemophilia pharmacy. And so we are a 340B managing company. We build up 340B treatment centers across the nation. And so our business is mainly billing and collections, and then fulfillment. So that's where I come in.
Any questions for Dr. Holman? All right, next up, Ashley Jarrell. Do we have Ashley on with us? I see an Ashley. Ashley? Is that you?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes, yes. Sorry, I'm having technical issues this morning, but yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
We need to know who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license here.
My name is Ashley Jarrell. I'm a specialty pharmacy in Houston, Texas. I work for a gastroenterology group that has their own specialty pharmacy. I graduated from the University of Tennessee in 2016.
And all commercial products?
Yes, sir. We don't do any compounding.
Sorry, is Dr. Mack on there? She's not pinned to the top, just want to make sure she has that.
I'll send her a text. She's on. You got it? Yeah, so it shows that she's still on.
I'm still on. I'm sorry. Did you ask me another question?
No, we're making sure we have one board member via Zoom. We're making sure she's still
on.
Eddie, still hear us?
Okay.
Okay. All right. I can see her on my screen. She's just not up there. Okay. Let's see. Kimberly, is it Jelinek or Jelinek?
It's Jelinek, but very close. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Kim Jelinek. I graduated from Rutgers University. I also live in New Jersey. And I work for a licensed pharmacy, Correctional pharmacy in New Jersey that is licensed in Arkansas already. And I'm applying because I'm applying for backup pick status with my company.
Questions for her? All right. Yu Jung.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Hi, my name is Yu Zhang. I live in the Palisade Park in New Jersey. I graduated from the Farron Dickinson University and graduated in 2018. And I'm working at home infusion pharmacy, and I am applying for an Arkansas license as a backup for my PIC. And the last inspection was the January from the California Board of Pharmacy.
Right. Any questions? All right, David Cram. So, David, you're actually on mute. Not yet.
All right, maybe now.
There we go.
Sorry about those technical difficulties. All right, I'm David Cramp. I'm working for Kroger Pharmacy. We do a lot of clinical services out of my work. I went to school at the University of Cincinnati College of Pharmacy. Getting some feedback, so that's why I'm pausing as much as I am. So we're seeking a license here in Arkansas to be able to deliver clinical services, usually checking into adherence on STARS medications.
So mainly NTM service to patients directly.
Yes, we don't anticipate any dispensing.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Laura Lambert. I see Laura Lambert. I see you on there.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay. Hi, my name's Laura Lambert. I am from Indianapolis. I graduated from Butler University in Indianapolis, and I am seeking a license because we'll potentially be partnering with the prisons.
You cut out for just a second, but we've got Pharm and Inc. up this afternoon to discuss approval to supply medication to jails and prisons in Arkansas.
Yes, that's right.
Any questions for Dr. Lambert? Okay. Erin Lancaster.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm Erin Lancaster. I'm from Davenport, Iowa. I went to the University of Iowa College of Pharmacy. I work at Divvy Dose Pharmacy, which is a multi-dose adherence packaging pharmacy owned by Optum. And I am seeking licensure to be a backup pick.
Any questions for Dr. Lancaster? All right, Amanda Larson.
Hi, I'm Amanda Larson. I'm in Austin, Texas. I graduated from Butler University, and I'm the pick at a mail order pharmacy in Austin called Blink Health. I'm employee number 1 in Texas, so we're just starting to get licensed in all the states so we can ship out. And so that's why I'm seeking licensure.
Questions for her? All right, Thomas Ledbetter.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Ledbetter. I graduated Auburn University 2011. I'm employed at a 503B pharmacy, Eagle Pharmaceutics, in Birmingham, Alabama, and I'm applying for licensure just to be a backup pick for the state.
When was your last FDA inspection?
It was about 2.5 years ago. Before I started working here. So, but yeah, about 2.5 years ago.
But you reviewed that 483, I bet.
Hey, yeah, I've heard all about it.
Good deal. Any questions you guys have? Jonathan Lewis. Jonathan, I can see you on screen.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay. So my name is Jonathan Lewis. I'm from Chester, South Carolina. I went to a Presbyterian College School of Pharmacy in Clinton, South Carolina. I'm currently working at the Right Dose Corporation, which is a 503B outsourcing facility, and I'm seeking licensure as a backup PIC.
And what was your last FDA inspection?
It was March of 2022.
See, Yili Malik?
Yes, hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. My name is Ely Malik. I live in Portland, Oregon. I work at a company called VetSource. We are a veterinary pharmacy that is licensed in 50 states, and we ship to all 50 states. I went to the University of Buffalo in New York. My role is I am the director of pharmacy operations, and I am applying for licensure to be a backup pick.
Any questions for her? All right, Justin Martin.
Hello, good morning. My name is Justin Martin. I live outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I went to West Virginia University for school, and I work for a mail order pharmacy outside of Pittsburgh called Personalized Skin Solutions, and I'm seeking licensure to serve as a backup PIC.
Any questions for me? Jennifer Mogul.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Mogul. I live in Rockville, Maryland. I went to LECOM School of Pharmacy in Erie, Pennsylvania. And I work for Thermo Fisher Scientific, and we do direct-to-patient for clinical research meds. And I will be seeking PIC once our current PIC is retiring.
Any questions for her? All right, looks like I've got Molly Black McManus.
Yes, hi, I'm Molly McManus. I live in Chakota, Oklahoma. I went to the University of Oklahoma Pharmacy School at Oklahoma City. I am so sorry. I just took a new position. So I just signed on at Walmart to become a pharmacy manager again. So when I started applying for this position, it was for something else, but now it's just to pick up shifts in Arkansas.
Question for her. See, Rachel Menchaca.
Morning. My name is Rachel Menchaca. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I went to University of Health Sciences and Pharmacy. Then it was St. Louis College of Pharmacy. And I work for a 503A mail order pharmacy and serving as a backup pick.
Any questions for her? All right. How about Iloma?
Hello, good morning. My name is Uloma Okonkwo. I live in Katy, Texas. I work for Cardinal Health, and I'm seeking license to be able to do other verifications remotely.
Any questions for her? All right, Jasmine Olson. See, we have Jasmine on here.
Hi.
I think I have Ainsley on screen trying to talk to us. Is that for Jasmine?
Sorry about that. Nope. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Jasmine Olson. I live in Missoula, Montana. I went to school at the University of Montana, and I currently work at OSRX. I am a director of pharmacy here, and I am seeking licensure in Arkansas to be a backup pick.
And mainly sterile ophthalmic?
That's all that we do is sterile ophthalmic preparations, yes.
All direct to patient?
Yes.
Any questions? All right. Amaloa?
Hello, hi, my name is Lola Nkpede and I live in Houston, Texas. I am seeking licensure for backup PIC. I went to school in Albany College of Pharmacy in Albany, New York, graduated 2017, and I work for a compounding pharmacy called Empower Pharmacy.
And 503A, 503B?
For both, 503A and 503B, yes.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
I'm sorry, say that one more time. It was a little staticky.
Sure. When was your last FDA inspection?
I believe that was July 2022.
Which facility is she at?
Which location? Are you at the A or the B?
I'm on the A side.
All right. Anike? Saw you a minute ago.
Hello, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good morning. My name is Bonike Oshanoye. I went to pharmacy school at Temple University in Pennsylvania. Currently work as a relief pharmacist for CVS, and I'm looking to get licensed in Arkansas to be able to assist in districts that need help outside of Texas. I live and work in Spring area of Houston.
Any other questions for her? All right. Anu Patel.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anu Patel. I am a pharmacist in Houston, Texas. I also work at Empower Pharmacy in Houston. I'm originally from Tennessee and graduated from the University of Tennessee College of Pharmacy in 2018. And I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas to potentially serve as a backup PIC to the current PIC.
And are you on the A side or the B side?
I am also on the A side.
Questions for us? That is the end of this group. President, you want to take a vote for approval, any outstanding issues?
I have an important question for Justin Martin. Mr. Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Permane sandwich or pepperoni rolls?
Ooh, I'm not a big permane sandwich person, so I'd go pepperoni rolls, but I'm actually not from Pittsburgh itself, so I still haven't gotten used to the fact that they put French fries on everything here, pizza, salad, sandwiches. So I'd go with pepperoni roll though.
I'm a West Virginia graduate, but I taught at Pitt.
Okay, so you probably go with the pepperoni roll as well?
I go with pepperoni roll.
All right, perfect.
Go Mountaineers.
Go Mountaineers.
You can exclude anybody you want to on your motion.
Yeah, we're all non-mountaineers in the room.
Not all of us.
Yes, but most has been
been made by Dr. Mitchell to accept these candidates to reciprocity, with, you know,
Anything outstanding?
anything outstanding, yeah. Seconded by Dr. Jolly. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All approved.
Just a couple of points for you guys real quick. We will be mailing out your licenses here in the next couple of days. Please be sure that if you are licensed in multiple states, if you do not have the NABP CPE Monitor app on your phone, we would highly suggest that you get that because it will help you keep up with your CE needs for all of your state licenses. Arkansas does a 100% audit each biennium of all of our pharmacists. Another couple things, we do have a closed Facebook group, Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A in the state of Arkansas. If you were interested in that, you'd be welcome into it. It does give some information about different political issues that are happening in our profession in the state, as well as people put out job ads and notifications of fraudulent activity out there as well. Last thing that we often point out is, especially if you're working in the state of Arkansas, we do have a very active pharmacist association in the state of Arkansas that you should feel free to check out or join. They also send out a lot of notifications of what is happening politically in the state of Arkansas. All right, well, you guys, for our 10 o'clock group, you are dismissed. Our next group starts at 10:30. If you guys have anything before then, you should break till 10:30.
Right?
Well, we will break. We'll be back at 10:30. Thank you. I've got it. I don't have it. Sure. Hey guys, if you're waiting for us on screen, we're going to come back at 10:30 for our last reciprocity group. Just bear with us a couple minutes until 10:30. Thank you.
Right, that's all.
It's always whoever is in. You guys ready? Yes, sir. All right, good morning, everyone. We are about to start back up with our 10:30 reciprocity group. What we'll do, most of you heard this when you were here for our jurisprudence exam. We will be calling you up in alphabetical order, and the board members want to know 4 things from you. They have a copy of your reciprocity candidate sheet in front of them. They may have some additional questions, but they want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. So I always try to apologize ahead of time. If I butcher your name, feel free to correct me, but I'll do the best I can with it. First of all, we have Ronald Richardson. Does anybody see Mr. Richardson? Check my second page, see if he's on there. No. All right, we will come back and check for Dr. Richardson again. Kayla Rogers.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, my name is Kayla Rogers. I graduated from University of Louisiana at Monroe in 2016, and I'm currently working at a hospital in central Louisiana in Alexandria. I will be moving to Arkansas shortly, Fort Smith area. So.
Questions for her? Who's going to be moving to Fort Smith?
I'm sorry?
I didn't hear the last thing you said. I'm sorry.
Oh, we're moving to Arkansas, so I'm looking at a couple of jobs in Fort Smith.
Welcome to Arkansas. Good luck.
Thank you.
Devin Rose.
Good morning. I was born in Springdale, but grew up in Arizona. Went to school at the University of Colorado, graduated in May of 2021, so almost 2 years ago. And I'm moving to Arkansas tomorrow. I'm going to be moving up to the Bentonville area. I'm excited to finally live there. I've been visiting my whole life, but I'm excited to move my family. And yeah, raise my kids there.
Welcome home.
Thank you.
Ashley Rosser.
Hey, I'm Ashley Rosser. I'm from Birmingham, Alabama. I went to Sanford University and I work at Eagle Pharmacy, which is an outsourcing facility, and we ship to Arkansas.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
I think it was 2 years ago. I wasn't here at that point.
I always suggest it's worth going back and reading that 483 and all the responses.
Yeah.
Any questions for her? See, Bradley Schimmel.
Hello, good morning. I'm Brad Schimmel. I am a pharmacist at Eversana Life Science Services in Chesterfield, Missouri, which is just outside of St. Louis. I went to Purdue University for my pharmacy degree and graduated back in 1994. And I'm getting my license essentially as a redundancy for PIC.
And Eversana?
Correct. It's a specialty pharmacy here. We limited distribution pharmacy in St. Louis.
All right. Isaac Schlitz. Isaac, it says unmuted, but you are still muted. I believe it's actually Schultz.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Oh, sorry about that. All right. Yes. My name's Isaac Schultz. Born and raised in Kansas, graduated from University of Kansas in 2018. I've since moved down to Louisiana, live in Baton Rouge. I work for Phoenix Pharmacy here in Baton Rouge. The company that owns the pharmacy also owns some home health companies in Arkansas. So I believe the plan is to eventually maybe compliance package some of their medications and mail them to the Arkansas residents.
Questions for him? All right, Chad Slocum.
Hi, I'm Chad Slocum, originally from Davison, Michigan. I graduated from Ferris State University back in 1999. Have lived in Southwest Florida, Bonita Springs, Florida, for the last 20 years. I'm getting a backup license for my job here at Benecard Pharmacy. We are a central fill mail order pharmacy.
Any questions for Dr. Slocum? What's a PBM? They're doing central field for a.
Oh, for PBM, yes.
For a PBM, they do central fill for their PBM. All right, we've got Leslie Stamper.
Hi, I'm Leslie Stamper. I graduated in 2014 from University of Charleston in West Virginia, and I currently work for CVS and was thinking about transferring to the area.
All right, Samantha Stander.
You guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Samantha Stander. I graduated from the University of Cincinnati back in 2019. I currently work in Cincinnati, Ohio. The pharmacy I work at, Harness Health Pharmacy, is looking to achieve 50 state licensure, so I was working on getting my license in Arkansas.
Questions for her? Okay. John Staples.
Hi, I'm John Staples from Portland, Oregon. Graduated from Oregon State University in '93. I work for the Kroger mail order, and I'm getting my license because my boss is retiring soon, and so we need a new PIC.
Shelby Teal.
Hello, I'm Shelby Teal. I'm originally from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I graduated from the University of Oklahoma in 2020. And the reason why I'm getting licensed is because I'm relocating because my boyfriend got a job in Little Rock.
You know where you're heading in Little Rock?
No, but I do have an interview for St. Vincent later today.
Best of luck and welcome to Little Rock.
Thank you.
Vincent Ty.
Hey everyone, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Graduated from the University of Kentucky. I work at Chewy Pharmacy, help run the compound lab there, and I'm getting all my licenses for redundancy for backup pick.
Questions for him? Okay, Aaron Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Erin Thompson. I grew up in Texas and then moved to Oklahoma and went to Southwestern Oklahoma State University. I work for Drug Crafters Pharmacy, and our Arkansas PIC moved about 6 hours south of Dallas, and I couldn't talk him into traveling back and forth to remaining a pharmacist here. So.
Any questions for her? All right. See, Juan Villegas.
Hi, my name is Juan Villegas. I live in Tucson, Arizona. I graduated from the University of Arizona College of Pharmacy. I work for MedWise RX. We do medication therapy management. So I was asked to get a license here in Arkansas just to have another option for PIC. So.
Questions for him? All right. Benjamin Westray. Anybody see Benjamin on screen? Do not see him on screen. We will check back at the end. Ashley Wilson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ashley Wilson. I grew up in Kansas, went to University of Kansas, graduated in 2007. I live in Scottsdale, Arizona, and work for Integrity RX. We're part of Village Fertility Pharmacy as a fertility pharmacist. I'm getting my license for Arkansas to be PIC for shipping to Arkansas.
I think they do. Well, for this pharmacy, is it compounding or is this one all commercial?
It's just commercial.
Any other questions? All right, we've got Ryan Wooten.
Hey, good morning. I'm Ryan Wooden. I'm a pharmacist in Collierville, Tennessee at Benavir Specialty Pharmacy. I graduated from the University of Tennessee in 2011, and this is a licensure for PIC redundancy.
Any questions for me now? All right. Samra Wasal.
Hi, I'm Samara Wusso. I live in Bakersfield, California. I went to the University of Southern California, graduated in 2005, and I work for Precision Equine. It was previously Precision Pharmacy. There was a change of ownership in August, and I am going to become the replacement PIC. The current PIC is going to be cutting back to a more of a per diem position.
Any questions for her? All right, Natalie Young.
Hello, good morning. My name is Natalie Young. I am from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I graduated from UNC Chapel Hill, so go Tar Heels. I'm the PIC of Brava, North Carolina, and we are looking to expand licensure. So I hope to take care of all the puppies and kittens in Arkansas.
And is it office stock or direct to patient?
It's patient specific. That's mostly our business model.
That goes direct to patients?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
You don't know Tom Murray out there, do you?
I don't know Tom Murray.
He was on the Mooresville Town Council for a while. He's a pharmacist from here.
Gotcha.
Anybody else? All right, Sebastian Zapper.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
It sounds very muffled.
Okay. I was afraid of that. I'm at work and my computer is not the best. I can switch to my phone if that's easier. No good, no good. I can switch to my phone if necessary.
Yes, we might need to switch. I can hear a switch.
I'll do that. I'll call back on my phone.
Okay. Yeah. So might be trying to come right back in. There we go.
Okay, I'm back if you need me, if you can hear me. Okay, sorry about that. So my name is, I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Okay, my name is Sebastian Zappart. I am currently working for Loomis Serra here in Irvine, California. We are a specialty mail order pharmacy. I'm originally from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and I went to Philadelphia College of Pharmacy and Science, and I graduated in 2003. And we are expanding our patient base. And apparently we have some patients that will be in Arkansas, hence me getting my license there.
Any questions for him? All right, seeing none, I'm going to try to call back the two we missed. I don't see them on screen, but we have Ronald Richardson.
Yes, can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Ronald Richardson. I am originally from Indiana, went to Purdue, graduated in 1984. I'm now working for Covetrus Veterinary Pharmacy, a compounding pharmacy. We ship patient-specific products to Arkansas. I will be becoming the new PIC for this location. And our last inspection was November 2022.
Any questions for him? All sterile or non-sterile?
Non-sterile compounding.
All right, our last person I miss is Benjamin Westgate. Benjamin made it in. I do not see Benjamin, so we will pull him from our list for now. But that is the end of our 10:30 group.
All right. Seeking approval for all those that are present. For this month, the rest of possible. Motion for Dr. Newsom. Second by Dr. Mitchell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So be it. Welcome to Arkansas.
So real quick for all of you guys, if you do not have the NABP CPE Monitor app on your phone, I would highly suggest getting that. That will help you keep up with all of your CE requirements for all of your different state licenses. Arkansas does a 100% audit for pharmacist CE each biennium, so you can be sure you have it for us. A couple of other things, we do have a closed Facebook group in Arkansas Pharmacist Q&A, that you'd be welcome to apply to enter as a licensed pharmacist. You could be in that. There are different political updates, news of what is going on in Arkansas pharmacy, job advertisements, as well as notifications of potential illegal activities such as fraud rings or prescriptions that you might see around here within the state of Arkansas. We also have a very active pharmacist association in the state, the Arkansas Pharmacist Association, if you had interest in joining it. That does a lot of CE offerings as well as updates as to what else might be going on in Arkansas pharmacy. With that, our staff will be mailing out your licenses here the next couple of days, so congratulations and welcome to Arkansas. Thank you guys. You are welcome to exit the meeting. If you want to continue watching, we would suggest you head over to our YouTube channel where it doesn't take up bandwidth on anyone that we have to see via Zoom. Thank you guys.
All right. Thank you.
So for our board members, if you want, actually our 3:30 was able to get here early, and I think is actually trying to get back home today as well. It's under tab 11, Harmony. I don't think it'll take everyone else out of state. Mr. Ham, if you want to come up and join us, and I'll have you introduce who you are, and we'll cover real quick how and why we're here. Yes. And hold on just a second, I'll get your video. There you go. So if you could tell us who you are and who you're with, and then we'll cover why we're here real quick.
Okay, I'm Matt Ham. I'm representing Pharmacy in Indianapolis, Indiana. We've been asked to be part of a government bid for the correctional facilities in the state of Arkansas, which means I need to obtain a Arkansas license. So I'm here to try to obtain that to fulfill our obligation to the bid to be part of this, if granted to the healthcare company that we're affiliated.
So just as a quick review for the board members, whenever we have had a new entity that's specifically working on the institutional setting of jails and prisons, they've traditionally been asked to do a full range of activities, which would include patient-specific beds, bubble packed to the facility, which engage them in the need for emergency coverage. And then oftentimes those facilities are also asking for stock meds. And Mr. Ham, it's my understanding that they're not asking you to engage in the stock meds side of this at this time.
Currently, no. What I put in the policy and procedures that I submitted was that the medical director and our consultant pharmacist will get together, if once granted the bid, to come up with a stock med list. It may stay the same as what it currently is, and then as far as the backup meds and everything, we have a contract with one call RX who currently works in the state of Arkansas with backup pharmacies. They've given me a very extensive list. I know it's hard to see, but this is it. It's an interactive list of primary pharmacies, 24/7 pharmacies, hospital pharmacies, and then if it needs to go deeper, they have independent pharmacies that we can, assure that the person will get their meds in a timely manner. So that's how we would service any backup or needs, but we will also provide it will be discussed once the bid is awarded to us. The discussion would be what type of, for lack of a better term, an emergency drug kit or emergency setup that, first of all, the Arkansas Department of Corrections allows, the Board of Pharmacy allows, and what they would like to have. We've done before is a electronic med card that hooks up to the EMR system, so that if they get something out there, it's tracked, it's noted, and can be replaced as needed.
So I know we talked earlier, it sounded like you guys probably were not going to do the stock meds, but it sounds like now you might.
Well, again, that did change since that first time. There's, like any controlled medications, we will not do currently. A backup pharmacy will do that. And but as far as stock meds, they may require us to do that. I won't know until, and I've not been given any kind of usage data of what would be primary meds that they would want to have on hand, something that they would get right now. Obviously, I'm sure they're going to want the general antibiotics, the ibuprofen, acetaminophen, and things like that. But currently, that's not been discussed as to what and how much they would want that.
Okay, so my suggestion would be, if they change significantly from what they have currently, it would require another discussion with the board. So I would think, not knowing exactly what they want you to do on that, I would probably table the stock med side of the discussion. And I hate to say this would require a future appearance, but that's what everybody's done before. But I think the primary part we can probably take care of today is we discussed with Harmony. Anytime you have institutionalized patients, especially being served in another state, it's things like emergency services. And we discussed, I think we had a positive discussion, they understand it, that even if you do have a third-party contract that someone else should be doing it, if they fail, the responsibility falls back primarily on the pharmacy that is taking care of the other needs. My understanding is that your network, it's a PBM contract that includes those facilities in Arkansas that would also be able to fulfill those backup needs.
Yes.
And so you guys are not going to do any of the controlled substances though for Indiana?
No, not currently, because we worked that out that you know, we're just trying to get the initial Arkansas license to distribute meds to the, if the healthcare companies award the bid, we're just a secondary part of that, the piece. So I'm just trying to fulfill my obligations with them. And but we've already discussed that I'm not trying to obtain a controlled substance license in Arkansas currently. And they said that's fine, we don't have to. And we've already spoke to a couple backup pharmacies that they have no problem helping supply those, and another pharmacy that's affiliated with, that has an Arkansas license that's affiliated with the healthcare company that we're on the bid for.
Yeah, and which has previously been approved to do stock meds and prison service.
They've actually serviced this system in the past. Yes.
The staff already know this. We just, you commented about the park and effects of electronic health records. To me, that struck Pixis, which meant much bigger than e-box, which I don't know if I'm remembering Arkansas or confused with other states, but if you put a Pixis machine in a facility, does that not require a pharmacy license?
Well, we would not necessarily. This would be treated similar to a nursing home, but the difference is with these are the state correctional facilities, which have anywhere from 400 to a couple thousand people. So they're on scale much larger than what we would see typically with other long-term care facilities. Traditionally, the board has had approved lists of emergency stock medications. I'd have to go back and look, but I think right now they're mainly just locked away. They're not in any type of a automated or automatic cabinet. So if they were trying to implement that's kind of what a second potential would be. Of this is the type of technology we would like to use in that setting, the board for review or approval for those emergency kits and the stock usage. But yeah, it's a larger list than what we have generally had in experience from other long-term care facilities.
There's no limitation. It just simply says we review the list and
I'm sorry.
It just says, I mean, the regulation just said we review the list and approve something bigger. There's no limit to how big that.
No, it's been what the board has looked at over the years. Several years ago, we actually did a very in-depth look on this to see what the population of each facility was and how some of those lists were different. And my recollection, which may not be perfect on this, is there really were about 3 different stock lists based on the size of the facility. So if it was 400 to 600 people, that was kind of this list. The really big ones have another, and then it gets down to whether or not they have an infirmary. Because if they have an infirmary, they have a more intense workload for being inspected or being reviewed by the consultant on a monthly basis. If there's no infirmary, it's a quarterly basis reviewed by their consultant. And they generally did not have as big of a facility as being medications available for emergency.
So if they're talking Pixis type thing, then we have to make sure that there's not more access to multi-drugs.
Well, we would just have to review it if they proposed it as approving that technology for use in that setting. And when we can get down into the micro specifics of that, of how the access will be. Right now, their access is generally cards and a locked cart and a locked cabinet and a locked room type approach, where professional nursing staff has access to. I think the request today is to approve his pharmacy license. He's already had his pharmacist reciprocate for their ability to ship patient-specific meds into the state of Arkansas. If we tackle stock meds and technology, that would be at a later meeting. That suits Mr. Green as well.
Question, Dr. Just from my understanding. So nursing home, unless I'm misunderstanding something, nursing home there's still patient freedom of choice, like they can use whatever pharmacy that they want. But in a correctional facility, is it it's like a contract?
Yes.
Provide services to all the patients.
So here's where it gets weird. You have to separate out in nursing homes, if it's a Medicare A bed, because it's all paid by the home, there's not freedom of choice.
Yeah.
But there are two groups in the United States that have a constitutional right to health care, and it's Native Americans and people who are in prison in some way, whether it be federal, state, county, city, whatever it is. The entity is responsible for all of their health care, and therefore gets to select whomever they provide. Arkansas is interesting because they have traditionally bid out the overall healthcare package as one bid. Some states, there's even suggestions in Arkansas that say, well, you should do the healthcare management as one bid and the prescription drug supply as another, but it's being approved. So whoever gets the bid, they, as part of the bid, put in, and here's our plan for the pharmaceutical supply as part of our bid. It's all graded in the RFP process.
What's the other part outside of pharmaceutical supplies? The actual healthcare.
It's the healthcare. It's the physicians, the nurses, all the provider services. But they also have dental care available. It's the full gamut of.
So those are carved out currently. It's all one bid.
It's one big contract that they have to put all the pieces into the RFP for the technical grade. Is the way I understand it. The way it's been for years now.
I had to submit my part just for pharmacy, and there's a whole 60 some more pages of the healthcare company's part that, as Kirby said, the nurses, the doctors, and the staff, and the services for dental x-rays, everything like that. They have to provide.
And what's the scope of the bid? Like, is it all state-run correctional facilities?
21, 22 facilities is something around that number.
I think it was 23.
And it sometimes it breaks down as, you may look at one geographic location, but it's actually two different prisons. So because of their separation, there's one or two sites that it's actually two different parts because it's a separated facility, even though geographically co-located.
Is that usually like men, women separation?
No, it could be max and men, or
There's, from my understanding, there's on this one and a couple in Indiana that we've done, they have like the maximum and work through these kind of parts, but they're in the same building. It's just these guys can go through that.
So if you were to get the bid for all 21 or 23 facilities, then you would have to, then would you contract with local pharmacies for the emergency part?
Yes. That's through our one call RX, and that was this little part of that we they've already reached out and asked for preliminary that we could do this, and then they said we need to go deeper, that they can get more independent pharmacies for the 24/7 coverage and everything, so there's no lapse in that.
Motion by Dr. Mitchell to approve the application, second by Dr. Newsom. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Just curious, how'd you go up with the name? Pardon me?
I'm sorry.
Pardon me? What is the name?
Well, one of our owners, his daughter's name is Vassy. So they just put farming in front of it and came up with farming. And that's what I was told, because I asked the same question like when I was brought in at the beginning as well. And that's what they told me when I came up.
Mr. Ham, that's it. We're going to sign off on it. We will finish processing your application. Whenever you hear more of the bid, if it gets to the point where you need to discuss stock meds and use of technology, let us know and we will reschedule you as quickly as we
can. Okay, and thank you all again for allowing me to come a little early.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Everybody have a great day. Thank you.
You go.
No, can I ask more questions?
Yes.
Like a municipal or a county facility?
So here's where it gets interesting. We only allow emergency stock meds if there's 24-hour care by an RN or higher license. While very large counties like Pulaski County Jail has 1,300 people, but most of the rural counties do not. And so they basically have people on call for those needs because they don't have trained healthcare professionals to do emergency meds. So if there's an emergency situation, some of them have contracts with companies that give them almost a triage sheet of how they should do it, but it basically gets down to the decision tree where it's you either have to get healthcare to them or you have to call an ambulance and take them or get and take them to healthcare.
Does every correctional facility in the state either have a pharmacy or non?
No, most only there's only probably 30 or less that actually have a permit with us to be able to handle stock meds. You only have to have a permit to handle stock meds. The joke is, and I don't say it's but it's almost ironic. We've had people that argue what the difference between like county jail and prison is. And the joke is, well, in county jail, you usually have a better meal plan that is not a gigantic cafeteria serving hundreds of people. It's they contract with someone, I know a couple towns where it's like, well, Miss So-and-so cooks 3 meals a day for these people and that are incarcerated locally, and they're eating pretty well compared to the cafeteria line of food that we say isn't as flavorful or desirable.
So the ones that need a consultant pharmacist attached, it's either infirmary or no, it's quarterly or monthly.
Yep.
And that's probably in general more the bigger facilities.
They're all larger. Yeah, all the state facilities have them, and then some of the large county jails have them. Like I want to say, I think like Benton County, Pulaski County, and then some of them are even like the youth services jails that are run by the state. So it's not just Tucker and Cummins and those, Barnard units. It's it gets into a little bit of a unique array. Periodically, we will have a county jail that says, hey, we need stock meds, or one will just call the farm and say, hey, we need to involve amoxicillin, but you can't sell amoxicillin just to a law enforcement agency. They have to have some sort of a healthcare permit or provider that can get it. And I'm sure there's all kinds of stuff happening that we don't know about, but that's the legal construct of how to have stock meds in a jail. You can have OTC stock all day long, and most of them do have OTC stock for headaches, nausea, allergies, minor issues like that. Then they have their own patient-specific meds.
I guess I was trying to wrap my mind around the fact there's 23 facilities, several hundred inmates.
I think it's thousands. It's something like 16 or 18.
Several hundred.
Yes.
And they're driving meds down here from.
I would imagine they're using common carrier overnight.
Something called down.
Yeah, right now, a lot of it's been done out of Pennsylvania, out of Oklahoma, out of Tennessee. There's a company, we've got one in Arkansas that has done it. So, but it's the pressure point is if you have an emergency need for one of those patients and they call you, you could have all the contracts in the world, but because you've taken on under our rules and our constructs an institutionalized patient, you're responsible to get them their care in a timely manner. That doesn't mean 30 minutes. But I've had companies, I'm not saying that this one, they said that they're like, well, we have a contract and we'll send it to Walgreens or CVS and send a taxi driver to pick it up. And I'm going, well, first of all, there aren't very many taxis in Little Rock. And like where I grew up, there's no taxi service. I don't think there's Uber in the town I grew up in either. So you better be sure that the pharmacy is not only going to go fulfill that, but that they're also going to get it delivered. And in the past, I've been here a long time, we've had some that said, well, we just can't figure out why we can't get delivered from there. What's the town? There's a federal prison in Forest City. Well, there's not a taxi or Uber service in Forest City. If you're trying to do that there, and then Eudora, got the prison down there. Is there a taxi service in Eudora? There's what, one pharmacy there, two? Yeah. You have a contract to do backup fulfillment for the jail. So they don't have a contract, the only pharmacy in town, but they're responsible to give the emergency services.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is
Pixis is interesting. I mean, Pixis is a branded concept of what most of us think of for that delivery. Most of the emergency services we've seen have not used that type of technology because we have not allowed that technology to be able to control over state lines. So that's how when we finally allowed that type of technology within the state to be controlled from a pharmacy in the state. Can do off-site order, entry, review, release from over a state line outside of the hospital setting doing order review. And this is actually a retail-sided function.
Would it be licensed Pixis machine as a pharmacy?
We don't have an ability to license Pixis machine as a pharmacy.
What about a Metro? Did you license?
We don't have that type of license in Arkansas. Some states do. We don't have a permit for a pharmacy that doesn't have a pharmacy space.
If they do come back with the automation piece, it'll be interesting to see what it is. It may be like something won't standard password. They send a cassette and it's just loaded into
And the difference is when you start talking about bars and releasing it and controlling it, we have not allowed that over state lines. Like it has to be within a controlled inspected facility within the state or another one within the state. We do not have a separate DEA registration either. And I understand what he's saying, like they have no interest in doing controlled substances, which means they're not going to be doing the emergency kits. I would imagine whoever's doing the controlled substances would probably be local and would probably also be doing the stock meds because it includes controls.
I would think shipping controls across state lines. I'm not surprised.
It happens all the time, but it's, having been on state RFPs even for big dollar issues, I'm really glad I'm not having to do that. Because I imagine the technical aspect of, if he had his partners another 60 pages, it would be a very convoluted RFP process, is my best guess.
In that setting, is the medication use process under the control of an LIP at all times, or is it just an RN? That's good, or is there like a physician?
Well, it's at least an RN, 24 hours a day available in order to be eligible for stock meds in a correctional facility. But I would imagine many of those have APRNs and PAs and physicians there on a daily basis, and then some sort of healthcare staffing all the time, because they have that many people. Otherwise, you have people in the middle of the night going, I feel like I'm dying, there's nobody here, and they get a ambulance. Do that break? Okay. Then we're going to take a quick 2 or 3 minute break whenever Dr. Krause gets back.
Okay.
Thank you. Rob, you guys want to
Ron has one left, and it's so tempting to take his one that's left.
There's a record.
When he had a whole set provided, that's the only one left.
All right, Mr. Mosby, if you want to tell us who you are for the record, and then we will kick off. Robert Wilson, attorney for Johnson.
So I have indexed a lot of these documents that are relevant to the hearing in your on your iPad. But we are here today because on February 8, 2022, last year, Dr. Johnson appeared before the board and they reinstated her pharmacy license. There was discussion at that meeting about whether or not she should follow the Palmetto program. And the alternative, the board allowed her to see her own physician, a psychiatrist, Dr. Haas. And there were certain conditions of her reinstatement that she continued to see Dr. Haas every month for the next 12 months. And that he provided progress report on Dr. Johnson at 6 months and then at 12 months. And then the third was that Dr. Haas provided a report of his original evaluation. So we brought Dr. Johnson back here to report on that. In addition, there were some unresolved complaints that we had regarding Dr. Johnson of late, and I've included some of that information, and we can go over that as well. But just for your attention, page 7 in your iPad is the initial report from Dr. Haas that he made at the close of the hearing back in February 8, 2022. Then there's a report from Dr. Haas at the 6-month mark. If you'll scroll in your pad to page 80, that's that document. And then I have paper copies just for ease here. That's Dr. Fox's report that emailed to me and her attorney dated February 13th, 2020, and I'll just pass. In addition to reporting on her mental health status, and talking to her attorney, Dr. Mosby, about this, we did receive complaints regarding Dr. Johnson's interaction with patients. One of those complaints is on page 9 in your iPad. We were investigating that. Basically, the allegation is that Dr. Johnson refused to fulfill a prescription. The patient was from out of town, and according to the complaint, it became heated. It was an issue because it was a controlled substance, and eventually Dr. Johnson required, I guess, security to be involved in this work in and out. I have not been able to follow up with this gentleman since then. I did forward that to CVS corporate and asked for responses from Dr. Johnson, as well as any texts that were on duty at that time. Initially, the information from CVS corporate was that Dr. Johnson, after having been asked repeatedly to provide a statement, had refused. Dr. Mosby indicated that she did in fact provide a statement. I circled back with CVS and she actually did. Her statement is on page 15 of your iPad regarding that complaint. And then there's another complaint that we received last Friday that we will be investigating as well. If you want to review that, that's on page 44 of your iPad. But in a nutshell, that's what we have brought Dr. Johnson in here to discuss. And I'll note when you review that complaint on page 9, the first complaint we received back in December, he was a CVS customer. He was from California and he was in Arkansas visiting family and needed his prescription refilled. And I also did ask CVS if there were other complaints on Dr. Johnson. I received one response. We have recently been wanting more. So we're support staff is concerned about those issues.
I will add that on the complaint from December, if you look at the bottom of the page, there's some information there concerning whether there's a violation based on her discussing his control medications in front of the security guard and other people. There's also a statement, and I think Ms. Johnson, Dr. Johnson can address this, but he was a CVS patient from California, came here to visit, went in to get a prescription filled, and while she refused to fill it, she explained that he could go to another CVS and go to fill. If it's not a valid prescription, it's not a valid prescription. If there's an issue, there's an issue. And so the board has some concern about why it appears that there seems to be some sort of repetition in refusing to fill control substances.
Have we seen the video?
I have the video, and Dr. Mosby's also reviewed the video. And I can play it if you'd like to. I have it queued up ready to go. After Dr. Mosby and I discussed it, it doesn't show. I'm looking at the back of Dr. Johnson's, but it's behind her, so I can't see her facial expressions.
There's no audio.
There's no audio, so I can't hear what's being said. I mean, I'll tell you, okay, Dr. Mosby, if you want to weigh in on this, feel free, but it just shows a transaction, I guess, that didn't happen. There's not any anger or frustration that I can see, but like I said, the video is a little bit limited because there's no audio, but I'm glad to play it if you'd like to see it.
So, are you a doctor? You're the doctor?
He's a pharmacist.
I'm a pharmacist.
Yeah, I know. You're Mr. Bowden? Yes. Are you a physician? Pharmacist. You're a pharmacist also.
Pharmacist
Okay.
and a
Sorry, I thought this was representation.
Yes, he's an
He's
attorney.
an attorney and a pharmacist, sorry.
Gotcha, now I understand that.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understood.
And on the video, it is background. You can see the other customers around. If there was yelling and screaming, you think that we would have paid attention. There's nothing to indicate. It's just another transaction for relation as far as that's cash register.
Yeah, I will say the only thing that note that it appears that security was called. But, and like I said, if you want to see it, we'll have to show it. But it's just not very appropriate as far as what actually happened.
It sounds like it's in conflict with what the technicians said.
Yeah, both technicians state that the patient was not aggressive, neither one of them felt like he appeared to be aggressive.
I will speak to that. It's not aggressive, and it's, I don't think this is about his actions really, but you know, he would, I think when he came to counter, he seemed agitated, he was making a show, looking at his watch. He came to counter, he was moving his hands a lot. And then when he goes away to speak with security, some of his body movements there can be interpreted as aggressive. It's hard to say. When you look at the video, right? And it's a grainy video of that. So whether he's glaring or looking or staring, you can't really tell. He could be interpreted as being there. I think he can speak to that. How she felt.
And you want to tell us what's.
As far as about the complaint, so,
Or just what happened in general.
so the first time that I had any knowledge of it was in like data verification where it came up and it was a transferred prescription from California. So I asked the techs if they knew anything, neither knew anything. So I got no information, just told them that I would fix it when it came because he had an Arkansas address, which was from Star City. It was a CVS in Los Angeles, and it was a doctor, which both of those matched. It looked like he lived out there. It did have a kind of extensive multi-year controlled substance profile. They couldn't tell me anything, so I was just kind of like, well, I'll talk to someone when I come in. I was thinking basically that it was just an address that didn't get updated in the system. We were going to get an address changed. He moved out there, and we just needed to do that. That he was here visiting.
And the address in the system was the same that was on the driver's license.
So the address was in Arkansas. So when he presented a driver's license to me, it was an Arkansas address. So that kind of shocked me. So I asked about the Star City address, and he said he had just moved out there. Well, the profile didn't fit the story that I was being told. It had been out there for quite a few years, filling from this, you know, the California CVS and from the California doctor. So that didn't kind of make sense and add up to what he was saying. He was agitated when he came in, when he came up there. It's in the conversation it was, you know, I was told it was going to be 30 minutes to fill. We wanted it filled. It was demanding that it be filled. And you know, he was told he would be ready. He was vague with his answers to me. He never told me why he was in Little Rock. There was a discussion about, you know, filling locally, like if he was from Star City, if he went to his local pharmacy in Star City, they would have known me. I didn't know. I never directed him to go to another CVS. I just asked why did he pass two CVS's coming from Star City to come to this location? Because there was a Target and a core store that had a drive-through that was closer to where he was from than where we were living. I got no answer from anything. It just didn't add up. I wasn't comfortable with it, and I didn't feel it. I did try to explain to him how he could get it locally, but he didn't. At that point, he was not happy about the situation. He was demanding to have his prescription filled. Was just feeling he's done it before. This was his pharmacy, which he had it filled like one time at that pharmacy back, I think in 21. We weren't his pharmacy. But he didn't, it was as if he didn't have to answer any questions. He was just fill my medicine and so I was not having any luck at de-escalating the situation and kind of diffusing the problem. It seems like it was coming up, the lady that was with him was coming at me too. And at that point, that's when I went and was trying to get a third party just to talk to him so we wouldn't have a situation. As far as the HIPAA, to my knowledge, I never, at checkouts, it was discussed that there was a controlled prescription. It was never discussed what it was. To the security guard, to my knowledge, I don't know of any conversation with him to not protect his HIPAA. There was no customers that discussed it afterwards. I mean, after he was talking, or they were talking to security, I went to check out the next person, and he kept staring at me. He was making me very uncomfortable, intimidating me. I felt like it was a very aggressive situation. Both texts, when it started, were they had been given duties by the pharmacy manager to rearrange the cough medicines in the pharmacy and the birth control. So both of them were back in the pharmacy. Neither one of them was at the cash register when it all happened. One of them did come to start checking out another one during the exchange, but they were back in the pharmacy working when it happened. But
So there are 2 pharmacists working that day?
no, it's just, I was the only pharmacist and there was 2 technicians.
You don't ever have overlap.
At that store, no, sir.
You usually have a tech, but it's just a tech and a pharmacist, is that correct?
At this location, there may or may not be a tech. There's a lot of times where there's only a pharmacist on.
And there's no clerk position really either. So
Right. It
whoever.
just goes, there's a lot of times where they'll pull the staff or, call in or send them to another store.
How busy is this store?
How busy is the store? 700 to 800 a week is kind of, I guess, probably the average. I don't know. I don't get all the details as far as with that.
But in a shift, you don't know, say a shift or a day, you don't know. How many field?
I mean, it varies. That's kind of the average for the week. So we're open 7 days a week.
Gotcha.
So the first part of the week is busy, and then in the week and the weekends and so forth.
So did you state that he had filled a prescription in that pharmacy before?
He had filled one time in that pharmacy before, I think it was January of 21.
And the technician stated in her statement that she received a phone call from a patient saying he was in town visiting with family. He said his doctor sent in a prescription over to the location and he wanted to make sure he received it. I looked at the system and confirmed that we had the prescription when we get started. I then went over to pharmacist Amy Johnson once the prescription data was entered and explained the circumstances to her since it was controlled communication. That ever happened?
That never happened. It was also a transferred prescription from the California CVS.
And then just her statement, she says that she had. Valid field in the pharmacy, I think it's pretty standard with the red flag. If somebody's traveling long distance, your pharmacy for control prescription, that's something you ask them about, that's pretty standard for pharmacists to do that.
What's the prescription subsequently filled?
Then the following day, yes, the other pharmacist did not.
So we've had a couple of calls from other people that were alleged, were told that they could not have prescriptions filled unless they had an Arkansas ID. That if they were here getting care, they could not fill those. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. I believe that was an email that I reached out to y'all about back in October. And sir, that was concerning a patient who had been a long-term care in the CVS. Prior to that incident as far as with reaching out, and I believe the patient contacting you, it was documented in the system that we needed to update the profile because the patient had a Louisiana profile. It was controlled substance. The MME was beyond the normal range, and the patient had been questioned, and at that point, the phone call came in to bill it, and it was just, hey, we bring in your information so we can update the profile. So in best pharmacy practice, that we can ensure that we've got the correct local updated information, because that's what the patient had told us. The information that I was told was that they couldn't provide a Arkansas driver's license, something or another about, if I remember correctly, they were going through a divorce. The driver's license was on hold, which all that conversation did was create more questions because it didn't add up to what the patient had previously said. So I had reached out trying to make sure that we were following the law, and the patient was just demanding us to bill it. That's what I was demanding. They wanted to go out of, they were leaving town, they were down to just a few pills, and it was just like I need a little bit of time. So the patient was upset because the medicine wasn't filled, and I had reached out, I believe, to the DEA trying to understand the law and the guidelines, and hadn't heard back. So the patient came in right before lunch, and I was on a conference call with CVS concerning CVS policies on controlled substance and what they require. And the patient, I believe, brought in, she was saying that she had spoke to you, and that the driver's license was not required, that a photo ID would be, and that all she needed to do was provide a bill, a utility bill to prove that she was here.
We don't require, and part of our email back to you is, I think the questions we were asked, the person was an attorney, actually. I don't know if we realized that about her, but had, I believe, a dual mastectomy, was trying to get their pain prescription filled that was pursuant to their cancer treatment that they were coming back and forth to Arkansas to do. This is just the side story we were told verbally, and we told them you're welcome to file a written complaint. But they would allege they were told if you don't have an Arkansas ID, it's not legal to fill a prescription, which I think is when you.
That is not, and like I said, that's what I was trying to, and that's where I was telling you the story that you were told. That patient never said anything about treatment. That patient stated that she had moved there and that she was going through a divorce. So the story you received, it was different. And the only thing, so the patient came back in after lunch and was angry because I had filled the prescription, because she wanted to take it to another pharmacy, and that doctor did not cancel it at our pharmacy. It was filled, and she was mad because she was at another pharmacy trying to get it filled, but it was billed on her insurance at our pharmacy, and we were just trying to resolve the flag. So CVS has policies in place, so their marker is 50 miles. And that patient was beyond CVS markers of 50 miles.
For their treatment or for their?
It's doctor, patient, it's a 50 mile, that's their number. So that's one of the things that we looked at.
It's one thing to have a red flag, it's another to resolve it.
Sure. And the point, and Dr. Johnson we're basically saying we've got two different stories. And I've heard some red flags for mileage issues with companies. And it's not her policy, it would then be a corporate policy. In general, if I live where I grew up in Camden, if I needed cancer treatment, I come to Little Rock, that's more than 50 miles. So we've already violated the 50 mile, but it's a specialty provider. I mean, it's, Little Rock, Arkansas has some of the most world-renowned cancer treatment that you're going to find. So when I was a kid growing up, I always say, well, if you got cancer and you live in Arkansas, you went to MD Anderson if you want to survive, and you went somewhere else if you just want to get treatment, but maybe not live. It was a kind of a running thought process. So situations like that would always violate a 50.
So I have a father that actually did that, and he lived in Little Rock, so I completely understand. But also the patient is up forth and forthcoming, and the story makes sense. It's when the story doesn't make sense.
So when the woman called from the other pharmacy, did you reverse it out? So
She didn't call, the other pharmacy didn't call the
when
patient.
the patient called.
No, the patient walked back in the pharmacy and was angry and aggressive, and was upset because I had filled it. So she was angry and upset because I didn't fill it fast enough, and I asked questions, and then she was angry and upset because I did fill it, because she wanted to get it somewhere else. But in the whole process, the doctor never canceled that prescription. So we had 2 prescriptions.
The doctor
that
doesn't cancel a prescription, and the patient says, I don't want to get it here, do you not back it out of the register?
At that point, I did, but she was angry that she went to the other pharmacy to get it, and she couldn't because I had filled it. I didn't know any of that was going on. The provider didn't reach out to say, hey, cancel this prescription. So we had 2 active prescriptions at 2 pharmacies. So, I mean, I was just trying to resolve. I just asked for a little bit of time. That's all I asked from the start of it.
So how many complaints are you aware of that have been filed with CVS on?
If you're referring to the one that's in the packet, the pharmacy manager never has spoken. So
I'm asking how many do you think have been?
I have no idea. So there's no CVS management that's including the pharmacy manager that has ever spoke to me about any complaints at CVS.
I'm looking, so far, so we got the main one, then we have the last page, which would be 2. Is the one you were just talking about, is that the 3rd one? And when did this one supposedly occur? This one y'all been talking about?
This one with that patient was October or so. It's been several months back. And we told her, like, well, if you want to file a written complaint, here's our procedure. At that point, that person let us know that she was an attorney and she was looking for the legal citation on these issues. And we explained to her that it's not a law that says specifically you have to do this, you have to do that, but there is a law on corresponding responsibility that pharmacists have the ability to refuse to fill a prescription. What we run into a lot at the board is whether a pharmacist says it or whether a patient doesn't understand what's being said. A lot of times what they think they hear or what they hear is that's against the law. And then we have people like that that go, well, then by gosh, I want to see the law. It's the same thing, you or I would do in a situation of, well, here's what I have to do because law. It's like, well, then show me the law. And you put people in that position and they want to see it. I think part of our concern is one thing is not a big deal. 2 things, we've had other phone calls that people don't want to file complaints that are nebulous, and therefore we don't know what it is to even investigate. But then the one last week was another specific, actually from a prescriber. I spoke to the prescriber myself that was quite upset and would allege that a patient was told something was outside their scope of practice, which would appear to all of us to very obviously be in their scope of practice.
So I had reached out to the doctor there.
Well, yes, I mean, we have the complaint, we provided it to our legal counsel.
So a patient came in and dropped off a prescription and went through the process. I didn't speak to him. It's a gastroenterologist for a prescription for Contaramine. And so reached out to the office to get clarification. It was a handwritten prescription, and the doctor primarily does I'd never seen a handwritten prescription from this doctor. He was a Little Rock doctor, and so tried to get clarification on, it was a phentermine with a month supply with one refill, about the law, whether the first time fill, if you can, with no refills versus with consent. And I don't remember seeing that the patient had it previously. And the other is just the scope of practice, because it was a gastroenterologist. Well, I just not long after trying to reach out to him, a nurse called back, and I thought it was over that patient. And I was like, wow, this is fast. And so it ended up not being the same patient. I said, well, I've got a question at, when we get through with this. So they were calling about a clarification on a colon prep that the insurance wouldn't pay for a patient trying to find something that would pay. And so at the end of the conversation, I said, okay, so for a gastroenterologist, is it a normal thing for them to prescribe phentermine to patients? And the answer from them was absolutely not.
From this doctor's nurse?
So it wasn't that doctor's nurse, but it was within that. So looking on the website, you can see that he does weight loss, but in the weight loss that it states, it's about gastric balloon surgery. So, I mean, I never thought that it was a phentermine clinic. And I had reached out, but we didn't hear. So apparently when the doctor called the pharmacy on Friday, spoke to the pharmacy manager, you can either ignite a situation or you can diffuse a situation. And the situation was not diffused. The doctor calling back could have clarified that there was an issue. I did not speak to the patient as far as after that. They called at some point and told us that they were going to be filled at another pharmacy before we got clarification from the doctor. But when the doctor called back on Friday, at that point, it's like it could have been documented and filled at that point. But
she didn't have a conversation with the patient, I would say, so back to this conversation, she was not involved with that at all.
Did you check the PMP to see if the patient had medication?
no, in our process, the prescription never got to that point in our process to check.
Did you check the PMP on the other two issues that were consultations?
The
gentleman that came in
from California, I don't remember offhand because our system does not cross-reference states, even though our company is a multi-state. It only brings up Arkansas. The other patient, yes, that is in my normal practice as far as to check the PMP.
Do you know what the law is for physician writing for Michael Jeremy? What they can write, when they can write?
No, that's when I tried to reach out to the doctor to ensure that I was doing it.
Did you look up the law to see what it was?
I have, as far as after the fact, but
we get phone calls on a regular basis from pharmacists saying, hey, what is the requirement on this medication? We have it posted on the website so that you can look there and see what the law is and what you're allowed to do. And you can look on the PMP. If they've never had it before in Arkansas, then maybe no refills. If they've had it before, they can have it up to 2, and then after that, it's at the discretion of the physician. But all of that information is very publicly available.
Just to be clear, this law or this regulation is a medical board regulation, not a pharmacy regulation. So the requirements are incumbent upon them, not the pharmacist. I understand the concern about the scope of practice.
I guess my point is that she mentioned that she didn't know the patient had it before, she didn't know what the law was, and we have people call us all the time, pharmacists, that say, hey, I just want to make sure, I know this is a medical board law, but I want to make sure that I'm within what the law says I can do. And we tell them, check the PMP if they've had it before, read what the law says, and follow that guidance.
Well, what I've heard so far And this includes the second complaint, which in all fairness has not been investigated, it's one day. And we've not heard her response, and as far as the written response. But as a pharmacist, she has the right to question red flags, issues related to controlled substances. I'm certainly aware of CVS position in the national opioid litigation and the fact that they and all chains have been on point and being held against standards regarding red flags that are defined or not defined, but yet still being held to. So I get the concern about questioning. Now, most of what else we're hearing though is, so while we can certainly recognize the pharmacists need to question controlled substances, and so the questioning that's at hand here is not inappropriate. It's entirely appropriate. Now, what it sounds like though is that the nicety with which it was handled, and we can't legislate being nice, but we have conflicting stories. We got the patient's story, we've got Amy's story, we've got two technicians. The two technicians say that the patient KS was not aggressive. The technicians didn't say that Amy wasn't. The pharmacist, the PIC, says this is an ongoing problem. It ultimately ended up in what it does appear across references that this gentleman was told to be escorted out of the pharmacy. You don't escort somebody out of the pharmacy if there wasn't an argument.
Not if you don't have any other issues, if you don't have any other issues. And I think it's important to remember the reason we brought Amy back in today was because she was supposed to come back in to report on the issues that she's had in the past, and if there's any concerns about her going forward in the practice.
Right. And so,
And this is a pharmacy inside of a Target.
So a Target is not allowed to escort anyone out.
okay, we're getting off, but I'd like to finish my point here. Because there's a lot of he said, she said, different stories, but I mean, the patient did make a complaint that the security guard was told about a controlled substance. Well, you can't do that. I mean, Amy appropriately questioned controlled substances, how she went about it, if she was not being nice when she did it, we can't legislate being nice. But if in fact controlled substance was mentioned to the security guard, that is HIPAA violation. And even if it's not HIPAA, I mean, the guy standing there, he doesn't know, the gentleman who walked out, the patient who walked out the door, the security guard wouldn't know who it was, and so was there really a HIPAA violation? But our regulations on dishonorable misconduct under number 9 says failure to hold to the strictest confidences all knowledge concerning patrons, their prescriptions, and other confidence entrusted, et cetera, et cetera. That certainly seems to fit. Now, I don't know if we need to hear from the complainant, or if she needs, I mean, if you get to face your complaint. But there seems to be enough groundswell that there's not niceties going around, and you can see how this could escalate. And if in fact, what it was mentioned to the security guard and take him out of here because he's wanting a controlled substance, I mean, there has to be some reason for it to be told to take him out. So that's where my concern falls down. Questioning controlled substances, she was in her right to do so. You can't make people be nice, but you can't go spouting patients' information to people who don't need to have it, especially in a public place.
So real quick, so you're saying that the patient on the complaint last week was not told it was outside their prescriber scope of practice?
She was involved in the conversation.
So did somebody else at the pharmacy tell the patient that? The prescriber was adamant that the patient was told that.
Wow.
She was a part of that.
Yes.
So someone else told them that? Did you look at what that physician's classification is in the medical board? to verify the license or anything?
No, I just looked up on the internet
Okay.
as far as,
Well, because if you.
I mean, I didn't pull up it, I mean, being in the pharmacy, I mean, you're filling prescriptions the whole time, I mean, when you Google them and pull up the website,
Yeah.
it looks more like it's like, surgical weight loss.
Well, he's internal medicine primarily trained and board certified, as well as gastroenterology and obesity weight loss is like his newest thing. He's one of 2 people in the state, I think, that have that additional certification. You got a computer back. I didn't know exactly what you input on the internet. If it was,
Yes,
if you went to the medical board website, it classifies him as internal medicine.
No, sir, on his website, it doesn't say anything other than the gastroenterologist.
So it says internal medicine. If you go
I just
to-
missed it.
Yeah.
All I saw with the weight loss was the 2 procedures where him and his partner were the only 2 in the state that do it, but there wasn't really any mention of like oral weight loss. It was just the surgical weight loss.
So was the name of the drug mentioned, or was it just said that it was a controlled substance?
In the conversation with me and the customer, it was just a controlled substance. In my practice,
So when you talk to the guards, or,
I do not recall that ever happening.
so the
And
name of the
there's-
drug wasn't mentioned, it was
and there's
just
multiple-
it's a controlled substance. Okay. Thank you.
So in my conversation with the customer at the register, it was never discussed the name of the medication at all, just a controlled substance. And I do not recall at all divulging any sort of HIPAA at all to anyone. I try to keep it very quiet. I don't even tell patients their medication. I try to lay the bag down for them to see, is this what you're here for? Because it is so open. So, I mean, trying to keep it all at all times is of utmost importance.
I'm sorry.
No.
It clearly escalated to have this gentleman escorted to the pharmacy. So what was the reason that you gave the?
Because both he and his wife were coming at me, wanting me to fill the prescription.
I don't think he's asking, why did you call the guard? I think he's asking, what did you say to the guard as far as?
To justify your reason
Why
for
there?
having him escorted. What did you
I
say?
didn't ask him to be escorted at all. And so the 2 people kept coming at me basically to fill the medication. And they were, I guess there was a conversation about, a complaint to the board, and, they were asking my name, and I told them my name, and we were just going in a circle. It wasn't going anywhere. They were just getting more aggressive. So trying to get a third party to help the situation was what I was doing.
And you weren't getting aggressive?
No, sir, I was not yelling at all.
So did you leave the pharmacy to go to the guard? Because the guard's not at the pharmacy.
Yes, sir. I walked over there towards the,
Towards customer service desk.
right, whether it was gonna be, because sometimes just having a member of management, some of those, sometimes they have
What did
jumped
she
in.
say to the guard?
Yes. Now, she just admitted she left the pharmacy unattended. That's not a thing. Yeah, I'm asking, what did she say?
Let me ask you for your name. Did you give him your full name?
No, I gave him my first name.
Did he ask you for your license number?
No, he never asked me for my license number.
He said in his statement, he asked for your full name and license number.
He asked for my last name, but he didn't ask for my license number.
So you wouldn't give him his last name, your last name?
No, I mean, it was, they could call CDS in contact, but no, I mean, for my safety. I mean, the techs don't give their last name, nobody gives their last name.
Their permits have to be posted in a conspicuous place. Right. So it's available to the public. By law.
So, this is Debbie. I think the biggest concern is there's just too many things. I think they're probably all started out to be the right thing. Check the prescription and make sure it's valid. Call for help if you need help. I mean, all that is valid, how it's starting out, but it seems to me like it's turning into extreme customer service issues that while it may start off with a question of where do you live and how far are you away from your doctor, those kind of things. I don't know, Amy, are you listening to the patient enough that they're really able to tell you their story? It just seems like you're having too many things that are coming up that seem to cause a problem every time. That's my concern. I think that's kind of where you were getting at as well.
As far as with customers, I mean, no, I do listen. I do ask questions. Some customers, there's issues. Some customers, there's not. The nature of, I guess, CVS is there's a little bit of an issue that there's not a lot of questions asked and there's not a lot of documentation within the system of DURs or diagnosis or it's kind of that just fill it kind of mentality. The customer comes and they just want you to fill it. They don't want you to ask. The doctor wrote the prescription. It's not my job to question it. It's just there to fill it. Like the handwritten prescription, it was kind of unusual because it was a handwritten prescription. I mean, later that day I had a controlled substance from him or, that was e-script. What was so unusual about the Pharmacist was that it was a handwritten prescription. It wasn't that it was just a controlled substance. But as far as there's a nature within the pharmacy, and that's coming that we're not asking for driver's license when the customers bring the prescription. They're not updating profiles to the current local addresses. They're not, it's filling controls without diagnosis codes. And a pharmacist trying to ensure, especially with 3 pharmacists that are indicted, to make sure that it's, I don't want to be part of that. So questions are being asked. So it's the pharmacist who's asking questions who's getting the complaints. I mean, the last 2 complaints both spoke to my pharmacy manager prior to speaking with the board. I mean, you get a customer complaint, and when I'm in the pharmacy, I try to diffuse it. I don't try to escalate it to the board or to CVS management. You try to take care of the customer. You try to get it taken care of and service them.
So we're not questioning the fact that you question. And I certainly hope that you're not reporting that you're the only pharmacist state department told that asked questions. I guarantee you that happens.
No, sir.
But you're the only person that we're getting all these multiple complaints about. Maybe it's just, you're not being very nice. Maybe you need to, I don't know, go to school to learn to be nice. I don't know. I don't mean to be flippant, but I mean, that's really kind of what it boils down to. You can't let it boil into a situation where then you reveal patient information to somebody that doesn't even know.
To my knowledge, I have never revealed. Even a confidential exhibit is always been very important to me.
Which I just want to be clear, we have conflicting information. We have a patient that claims that happened, and we have a pharmacist that is adamantly saying it did not happen. So I just don't want us to assume that it did, because to be fair to the pharmacist in front of us, she is saying it did not, and the technicians did.
Now, the other thing they addressed was whether he was aggressive with both sexes.
I just think, my thought is, if I was the pharmacist that had my license temporarily suspended and then I got it back, I would probably be extremely, extremely careful, and extremely, extremely leery of these things that we think that there was even a remote possibility that thought not be able to do the prescription. And I can see how that would hurt some patients, but that's why we have freedom of pharmacy choice. None of these patients are forced to go to this pharmacy and use this pharmacist. And I just don't see that we have any evidence that she is harming patients.
I would agree that, a patient has the choice to go where they go. In some cases, they're forced to use a specific pharmacy. I would disagree in that I think it's important to expand with the patient, look at the PMP, look at things and see what's going on. She's testified a couple of times that she didn't look at it. Look and see if they've had it before, if they take it on a regular basis, if they're consistent in their treatment. You know, my stepfather went to Mayo for heart surgery. He came back here with controlled substance. I asked him, I went up there, I had heart surgery, I did this. No, I don't live up there, but my doctor said, they filmed it. And I think it's important to remember that when people come into pharmacy, if you had a double mastectomy, you're probably not going to be in a good mood. You're not going to be cordial. You're not, if you're in pain, if you need your medications, whatever the case is, you may not be cordial. But as a licensed pharmacist, it's our responsibility to take care of our patients the best way we can. And I'm not saying your name's not doing that, but we don't have the number of complaints on other pharmacists that we're getting. And that's why, with the previous stuff, why we're here. I think Ashley has some questions maybe about medical records and stuff, but I think that's why we're here, is just because we've had multiple complaints and we had a previous issue, and it's incumbent on us to ensure that we're protecting them.
And I did have a couple questions, because I've gotten these emails from Dr. Haas, which is a little unusual, and they're unsigned and they're undated. The last report indicates, the email indicates that you do talk to Dr. Haas about these issues, or are you talking to Dr. Haas about the complaints that the board has?
So issues. So Dr. Haas.
References this complaint that you're.
So Dr. Haas has asked when I meet with him, have I had any complaints at the pharmacy? So yes, we have discussed the complaints.
The
one in October.
You weren't aware of any other complaints.
The one in October is the one.
Okay.
Is that Dr. Haas brought up.
You see them via telemedicine, or you see them in person?
So no, we have phone calls. He, I don't remember exactly, but I believe he was with Navigate and they closed. And a couple of times we've done I believe a Zoom. We've done an iPhone FaceTime. I don't have an iPhone. We have had phone calls, but he does not have an office. He's not currently practicing as far as in an office.
So when do these phone calls and these Zooms, are these monthly?
Usually they are at the end of the month. I did miss November. My daughter got married. It just crazy, busy, hectic. Was at the end of the month, didn't even think about Thanksgiving, and did miss that. As soon as it's kind of like I realized it, I asked him to have 2 in December, and it did not work out with his schedule. We were only able to get 1 in December.
So you're not able to provide the board with any medical records regarding your visits with Dr. Haas?
Okay, I was real hesitant to turn those over. It's kind of sensitive information to make public on what's happening. But she's under investigation, and they're looking at those. I mean, he provided a progress report that she was asked to do.
He provided an email, an unsigned email.
If you didn't get it, then we can get that for you. And I had it here today. I'll give it to you right now.
Well, all I've got is email. I don't have anything that I would consider any sort of medical documentation.
Okay, I wasn't aware of it, so we can get that to you. I assume you did to you guys. I mean,
Dr. Curtis, we didn't contact with him, I think, throughout this whole process.
I called him once.
Okay, I was like, well, there's more than that, but,
Well, the medical, I mean, the follow-up patient-provider relationship was related to the very first event.
Yeah.
And so our concern was regarding mental health and that there be an ongoing patient relationship. So as a result of that, there should be things other than emails that would be generated, so medical records. I mean, there should be explanation of benefits showing that claims have been filed. And there should be evidence that there is in fact an ongoing assessment that goes back to the very first concern, none of which involve these last three directly, but it may be directly related to some of those concerns.
so I'll tell you what happened. So we found out that she was interested in medical records, trying to get to Dr. Cross. He is out of the country right now. He said he out of the country. We spoke with him, did the best I could getting records, but he thought so. I think that 2 days. He, like he said, he stopped his practice. So those records were left in no practice. He does not have those. I think he's having boxes in his garage. So right.
So he's retired now? Fully?
Not fully. He still has to see some patients, but he does not with his practice where he started off with.
But he didn't keep his medical records on his ongoing patients?
Yeah, they're in boxes in his garage, I understood.
When does he come back? So did you see him in January?
Mhm.
Speak with him in January?
Yes.
So I think the records we had October, December, January.
Do you feel like you're getting sufficient medical care from him?
So we talked about, I guess, when he said he was gonna retire, the possibility of getting a different doctor. And, I had tried to, I believe, get I guess, into a doctor last year, and it took me 9 months to get an evaluation to even get an appointment into that practice. So just decided we would stay with it because that was the board approved doctor. And had gone through so much of the issue of that y'all had to approve my doctor, that I didn't have the choice of just getting a doctor. That it would just go through this process until February and be done. And yes, when he changed the practice, he's somehow affiliated with some sort of nursing or something, and he wasn't able to bill insurance at first. I thought eventually, once they got it up and running, he could bill insurance. He still is not able to bill insurance, and I'm having to pay cash.
Sounds like he's kind of retired. I don't think any, y'all didn't know that, we didn't know that. It was a letter. You do it.
The original letter, I don't think it's in your packet, but I pulled it from the original letter. It's included one on page 3. The 3 things, I think, when they was in a letter to Dr. Mosby, and indicated those are the 3 things that the board would require.
So
it was.
See him every month, give us progress reports at 6 to 12 months, provide a report of his original evaluation.
And the initial report after the board meeting is on page 7, the 6-month report is on page 8. And then we have the report that I handed you all. Those, I mean, that was just my concern. Those aren't technically what I would consider to be medical records.
Yeah, requirement for progress reports.
Well, I think what our counsel is telling you is if we don't have them, she's in violation of the letter. It would be up to the board to determine if they feel like they've been given the progress reports that they asked for. If this is sufficient, or if it's not been given to us previously, you're allowed to give this back. I understand being sensitive, it's medical information, but it's protected information unless it is used as part of the hearing where we have to bring out something that's a concern. That's part of why we've been concerned. I didn't realize he wasn't working out of the office, or it was just all virtual.
I don't know that. I don't disagree with you, but I don't know that I have a problem with it today. Because I think I understand more of the sensitive nature of relationship with your psychologist. Letters that he gave us, I think he would consider those a progress report. I can see how that would be. I guess.
What was the goal of Dr. Haas? They allow him to continue this department. What was the goal?
I believe your goal was to make sure that she was safe in practice, that there weren't any other psychological issues that would cause the board to need to pull her back out of practice after you let her go back into practice.
Can we go off the record?
I don't know, this isn't,
Okay, okay.
there's no other record.
All right, well, good. Was wondering if, based on the sensitive information that, maybe council has, would you want to look at it and deem if it's worth, will or not, or do you think it's necessary?
I think the difference is you can look at it, and it's not public information just because you saw it. It's only, correct me where I misspeak, it's only in the public eye. Whatever you have to ask her based off of that we have to do in a public meeting, or if it has to be introduced as an exhibit in a hearing. But I mean, you've asked for the record, if you want to see them, then you need to be the ones to also look at it and see if it's sufficient for your concern.
Does anybody have any desire for that?
To see it, I thought we need, that's what we asked for.
I think we just need to see evidence that what was expected to be done has been done.
Yeah, and both sides are spending their wheels, because this was done in lieu of going to a board approved location.
It was a different issue than what we generally deal with our
Right.
patients. It wasn't a drug alcohol.
Right.
And the requirements are incumbent upon him, not on the doctor.
Yeah, but, going back to December 27th incident, this is something that could have happened to any of us in our practice any day. A prescription comes in, we've all know what we've had to go through with out-of-state prescriptions coming in our areas, prescriptions coming in from Houston. We have electronic prescriptions, but there's a slot there for diagnosis code, but we have not gotten to the point of where diagnosis codes are required on controlled prescriptions. Some of this could have been alleviated if could have talked to the patient and asked them their diagnosis. But when you're in a busy pharmacy, that doesn't always happen. At least what I can do, I can send a prescription that don't have that information to a section called resolution, and everything stops. You can't go anywhere until I can talk to the patient and get that information from them. What is your diagnosis? A lot of times somebody else is there picking the prescription up for the patient. They don't know. But let's not take this whole thing out of context. During the holidays, everybody's on edge. This happened on December 27th. You know, everybody's tired except for the holidays, and things just basically got a little bit out of control. And it was no one's fault that it happened. So I am kind of reluctant on
beating somebody over the head about this when we can just sit down here and do what we've done today. Have a good conversation and move on. This lady is, you know, she's been in a bad spot trying to get back to where she was. And I have personally gone through that myself and a health issue that I had. It's not easy coming back. You fight every day to get back to where you are. And it's a long, tough journey. And I don't think that something like this should blow that up for her and put her back on the progress that she's made.
I would agree that any given incident, any of these could happen. And it could happen like that. We begin to have a series of bad days that rise to the level of complaints for the pharmacy. We're still having to address them. We're still having to deal with them. We're stuck in that position where we can't legislate being nice, but it's still complaints that we're dealing with. And I think the concern is, does this relate back to any issues that may have happened to things a year ago? And so I agree, there's nothing we can really do other than just encourage nice. To the extent that we need to investigate further, did this patient actually have information that was violated? We haven't even gotten into the investigation on the last page of what we've got on our tablet. For this last regarding the determinant, so we don't know what's going to show for that. So I think the investigations could or would show themselves regardless. I think going back to the original consent, that we make sure that what we expected to be done has been done. That's reasonable. And then beyond that, just finish up the investigations and see what they say. But other than that, and asking for documentation of what we asked for originally, I don't know if there is anything. So in that regard, I do agree.
Dr. Mack, do you have anything?
I agree with that. I mean, I think we're really here to assess if we think she is any danger. A lot of these are calling out some kind of issue, but they're probably a different type of issue. I think more customer service type of issue. So I think we need to know that she's really doing what we've said, see the doctor every month and giving us a report. And it sounds like maybe we're not getting all of those. Are they available, or where are we on that?
So we thought the progress reports that we got here in the sign progress reports, 6 months and 12 months, we thought we were complying. But kind of, so this will put in this progress. With no notes from the meetings were required. So we do the best we can to get those notes from you.
We have two different letters, they're signed, undated, not very professional, but we have two different letters from a physician that we approved stating that he feels like she does not have any issue that will prevent her from practicing. And that, based on her testimony here today, does not completely alleviate my concern that there's some customer service issues, but I don't, his letter and her testimony here today is good enough for me. I don't feel a personal need to look at soap notes of her discussions with her psychologist.
So would we be accepting of just phone calls that constitutes medical care? I think that's what we did. I don't know that we're necessarily concerned that we need to dig in and read the notes so much as that there's an evaluation of dialogue, depression, plan that is typical of a medical encounter, and know that those encounters are occurring. We asked for 12 monthly encounters, and notes would support that.
Is there another position that y'all can establish a relationship with that would provide
We're gonna continue, we're gonna definitely find somebody that's right, so. There's no way.
And the problem is when I looked into other people at the start of this, it was like months out. Like I said, one of them was 9 months even to get an evaluation to see if you even qualified for their assistance.
I'd have to check with Turner. I mean,
He's
he's,
building the process of finding somebody.
yeah, I mean, he's got his thumb on the pulse of that community because he's immersed in it all the time. If they're looking for somebody else, I'd refer to Turner and say, you know, what else some people that can help.
It would be a bad idea.
So why would it be with Turner? Because there hasn't been any.
Because he's a psychologist, like his full-time job, this is not a support group.
Okay.
Drug addiction issue, he deals with, you know, psychologists.
There's some people in Conway. They're not necessarily doctors, but they're other health professionals. I mean, is that an option?
I check with Turner. That's the strongest advice. We feel good about what he said. That way you come back.
So I'm not allowed to just choose someone?
You can, but we don't have to take it.
I think he works in Conway, and I think
So
all over the place.
did our original order not say for 12 months, access?
It wasn't an order, it was a letter reflecting what the board requested.
Right, but it was for 12 months, which has since passed. Yeah, that's why she's here.
Yeah, but it was 12 months with a report back to the board. I think, 12 months.
Which we have.
All I'm requesting or suggesting that we need is evidence that those 12-month visits occurred.
Yeah, just to clarify, I'm not saying I need to see it, so I think I agree with what Ashley was saying earlier. Just have a copy from medical record. This was on letterhead and the physician signed it. It seemed like it would be more official to me. Doesn't have to be a detailed sub-note for everything that they discussed in the visit, just some type of evaluation and summary. Similar to this, that's more official document.
Yeah, but how are we gonna get that? Because, Dr. had retired his records are in his.
Is there another pharmacist maybe that's been required this, so I could look and see what that requirement would be, so I would know what?
It'd be protected information.
But I mean, even if it's redacted, it still should show kind of the format.
We would redact the medical record, it would be protected in its whole. I mean, I'll tell you, your situation is unique. In that generally when we have had a psychiatric issue, it has been accompanied by a drug issue. And so we've had a very intensive recovery process because of the drug and whatever, you know, comorbidities or anything else that would go with it. I'm trying to think of another.
Well, there was one that y'all met with back in October. It was the Walmart pharmacist that actually had charges.
I don't think we ought to sit here and discuss with her other pharmacists. We just need to worry about her case.
Yeah, that was different than yours.
I mean, you could go through hundreds of files for every case you need, and because.
I just thought there would be something that, because I mean, we provided.
I just think when the board deals with you, they deal with you. When another pharmacist comes in, they deal with that issue as it presents itself. And so no two issues are actually ever the same. And so they may not look the same on paper when you look at what happened here, what happened here, what happened here.
So I guess the request is that we get a list from Dr. Haas of the dates that he met with you so that we can verify that there were 12 months of monthly meetings, right? Understanding you missed November, you already told us that. And then we would like the progress or notes that he's provided to be on letterhead, signed and dated. Is that what we're asking for? Because that would, I'm just trying to clarify because guessing Dr. Hawks is gonna be a little bit annoyed that what he thinks he's already provided what we need, because it didn't, like, the original request didn't say it must be sanctified, and it must be on a letterhead, and all that. I feel like that's common sense. I do think when you go back to the practitioner, you're gonna be like, seriously, okay. So let's just be very, very clear about what it is that we want, that way we're not back in this situation in June, or having the same circular conversation again.
I'm confused. As a board member, I'm finding out a year later that the retirement issues is what I think. So I don't feel like it's my responsibility to try to figure out what's happened over the last year. I'm just asking for officially something on letterhead, officially signed, that I would have known about the issues further upstream from this board meeting, could have already requested. So I don't feel bad about having to ask for information, even though 12 months has passed. Because as a board member, I'm just now being looped into what the situation's been for the last 12 months. So that's what I would like to see. You know, I know he sent the email, but you know, again, as far as past cases go, this is not what I'm used to seeing as a board member from as far as medical reports from previous cases that may be unique from this particular situation, but nevertheless, the request was for well, a progress report that's more official.
We all know what documentation looks like from a medical. Shouldn't have to be fine.
And I review medical records every couple of weeks for another part of my job, and they're usually.
We didn't ask for reference, that's for progress.
But in progress reports as well, but it's different application, but it's generally a professional looking document. Progress note, progress report, I think it's also semantics, but it's not an email, it's actually in some type of, I don't know, whatever that healthcare.
We'll know the 12-month monthly visits. She started to go to her hospital. This also she was 15 months. It has no big issue. Required came up in February. She did a first required meeting in March. So we're actually for 12 months. We have to include this February. What kind of cost that have to? So we can have it.
I'm curious. So how do you guys, set up an appointment ahead of time, like a month ahead or a week ahead, or just you talk when you can?
Around his schedule.
Okay.
Because he's still doing some sort of work and
He's working at some clinic.
he's affiliated with something. And so that's where I thought that eventually the insurance would start working again, because he is affiliated and overseeing staff.
You're paying cash, so.
I'm having to pay
You have
cash.
a paper trail of, you even see.
Checks.
Yeah, you do
Checks.
checks, you do checks, great, yeah. All this is different. This whole thing is.
But there was billing up until he closed the office. It was at a meeting is when I knew that it was gonna close, and it closed to me suddenly. I had no idea.
Which I understand the difficulty of the time with the practitioner, because you have that, he said that he was the one who get hurt.
I mean, I don't think the board would be approving someone else. It's just, the problem is if I say, how about so-and-so Smith, and we have no idea what their expertise is, that's where it gets stuff. That's why I suggested, man, look.
I think we can go to somebody and if you approve it, you approve it. Find somebody outside the term.
The thing about Turner is, which we do have history there, we do have understanding, believe in what he's trying to do. I don't think, I don't know if the fear of the consultant group is a problem or what. But
Turner's in the business of helping people get back to practice. Yeah. And with that, it's And that's the goal for everything he deals with.
Even if he refers
He wanted
to somebody else,
Yeah, oh, yeah, because he doesn't even do that. So what do y'all want?
Related to the progress report, I mean, I've already.
She's come in based on, you know, the earlier request of the board, it's whatever y'all want to do with it now.
Yeah, I think once I was gonna say, I think once we actually get something, probably says something very similar. This is his medical evaluation based on his email. Is that he doesn't see issues. So again, would like to have this. I'm okay with what is, so I guess my question is, could she fulfill her duty? Since that is. Sign on us, I don't want everything, but it's on. Okay, a little bit in there.
Now, if you come to have a make up signature. You said that email and it never, anybody come to signature. Yeah, that's what that is. And be the front and be the outside side. And so this is all. Do we need to keep a copy of that one?
Y'all saw it,
The other, would ask as well, I mean, she's.
I haven't seen it.
The most recent complaint will be invested for 6 months.
That's a subject, right?
So what are y'all saying we have and what do we need? I'm just trying to make sure I follow.
There is a signed copy of the last letter that was sent via email. So we didn't get one, or they had one that was signed.
6 months and 12.
Oh, the 6 and the 12. The ones we had don't have signatures, but they had a signed copy of it. We just hadn't got it.
That's my question.
So we have a 6 and a 12 month, but we're supposed to get one every month or?
No. She was supposed to see him every month, but we were supposed to get a 6 month and a 12 month. The ones we got were not actually signed by the practitioner, but our legal counsel had a signed copy with them.
Is there any motion?
I'm sure, what's our future action related to the original incident that happened? Whatever, years ago?
Well, that's kind of what I was trying to address, but it went back a year ago. Supposed to go for 12 months, 12 months is up. It sounded like, Brian, what you and I were asking for were just evidence of those monthly meetings, but we're gonna rely on the progress of. Then there's no action. 12 months have passed, that's all we requested. It's over and done with. We can't legislate being nice, so there's nothing to do there. But there's still one more complaint that still remains to be investigated. So if that investigation goes forward, then we deal with that when it comes up. Other than that, we have nothing to deal with.
So related to the original incident.
She's doing
Treasure Island, all the way out. We're done with that. Sounds like. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's it then.
That's it.
All done. Any others coming in? We have our one reciprocity person that was off is on now. All right. So Ben, are you able to come to screen? Benjamin Westbury.
I believe so. Or perhaps not.
Okay, so what the board needs to hear from you is who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting licensed in Arkansas.
Okay, I'm Ben Westrate. I went to school at Ferris State University. I graduated about 4 years ago. And I'm looking to get licensed in Arkansas because I moved down here about 1.5 years ago. And I'm working in Texarkana, Texas. And the pharmacy there, it's a nuclear pharmacy. And we don't have any accounts in Arkansas now, but they are licensed in Arkansas as a nuclear pharmacy. They also got a location in Jonesboro. And they asked me if I'd get my Arkansas license when I hired in, just in case they needed me in Arkansas someday. So that's what I'm getting the license for.
So you're radio certified, basically.
Yeah, I'm an authorized nuclear pharmacist.
Yeah. So they may need you to come to Jonesboro, or may need you to serve patients across the state line into Arkansas.
Yeah, and they did specifically mention that the PIC has to be Arkansas pharmacist, and they have one now who's an Arkansas pharmacist, but she, if ever decided to leave,
yeah,
they would probably make me the PIC if they couldn't find another Arkansas ANP.
Okay. Yeah, he's just acting as backup for Red River.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions?
Second.
Motion to approve has been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Welcome to Arkansas, of course.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg.
All right, thank you.
What time do you guys want to come back? It's 12:44 or 5?
What time did we, at 1 o'clock? I'd say 12:15. I mean, 1:15.
Okay, then we will be back at 1:15.
1:15, okay.
Dr. Mack, can you hear us again?
Yes, I can.
Hi.
Hello.
Cannot start the video because there's,
Oh, we had, in the last session, one of the two started going haywire and incorporating other video somehow in the feed. We don't know what exactly happened.
I can look over my shoulder.
There you go. Get to pick who gets good here. All right, grab that stack real quick. This will be under tab 4, should be. So if you guys want to tell us who you are, and then we'll kick off while we're here as soon as Dr. Craig gets back. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Michael Gusworth. I am the pharmacist charged in the executive department surgery center. I'm there to do the monthly inspection and try to make sure that everything is going correctly as far as what the board pharmacy requires for us to do for a surgery center.
And I'm Steve Gateman, I'm the clinical director on our end.
Where is executive park?
Fortunate, Arkansas.
Sorry. You're affiliated with the health system, just a standalone service.
We're standalone physician health. 19 years.
So real quick, before members, under tab 4, you'll see my understanding, my staff will correct me if I misspeak. The main thing that we have today is you guys wanting to incorporate a different piece of technology than the board has reviewed before. I know a lot of times we use Omnicell or Pyxis as an interchangeable word for similar technology. But since this is one that, to my understanding, we haven't seen before, the board will need to review it. Did you guys want to do a presentation, or you just want to answer some questions about it?
I mean, whatever is easiest for you to understand.
We do have somebody here to represent the company.
Okay.
Yeah. Can give you the presentation. Choose to have that.
So what do you guys want? The short version is what we do now. So the couple of questions that the board is usually going to ask is, for this technology, and thinking in mind that it's a secure cabinet for drugs to be stored, it's all non-patient specific to the surgery center with limited access by who you said access for.
Our CRNA is the primary one that access to all my RNs.
Okay. What was the second one?
RNs, all my registered nurses. They have badge access as well.
And it can all be profiled per patient. Go back and look at what was pulled specific patient, or is it bulk draw, probably CRNA?
It's bulk draw for CRNA.
Okay. How is it loaded?
By 2 nurses, when we receive it, by 2 nurses through an inventory.
And when you open up a module, because I'm looking for the pictures, is it single drug or is it like single shelf as far as this specific one?
It's single shelf, or could have multiple drugs. Drug has to be counted every time it's open.
Okay, so you do a back count every time it's accessed.
Yes.
And on your system, does a CRNA or the RN know the number they're supposed to achieve, or is it a blind count?
This one.
And is it just, you're wanting to put one of these just in that surgery center?
Yes.
And is it in a secured room, or is it just at a nursing desk? Is it
It's in a secure room.
okay, so it's a securable room with a securable cabinet, your two levels on your controls.
Basically saying secure room. It's not the other.
So it's just a little cabinet attached to a wall,
Yeah.
very small.
It's about this size, and actually it has 6 different doors in it, so when I got there, we had the old level locks. We want this lock cabinet, from a security standpoint, version, so.
So it's really just a storage cabinet.
So are you using this right now? What's your current workload?
I mean, it's just basically, I mean, as our locker nurses come in and do it one time before the day starts. You know, the CRNA hasn't been, he takes out the locks and things, you know, back when it's done. Our nurses really never give medications because we're high, so, and then at the end of our day, they do an ending time, just looking for it, make sure it's fine, so it's just basically like we did on paper, but it's just electronic. It has software. Like if we have a discrepancy, I immediately get an email from it, and so we can go on investigate what the discrepancy from it.
Well, it sounds like you're already using.
That's certainly, this is my fault, that, I should take the responsibility, because I didn't realize that we were required to have, we're coming before the board to, get it approved prior to being used, so that's on.
Well, my question was actually, I asked you what do you do now? What were you doing before you were using this? Was it ambient, paper?
Yeah, it was just on that.
Double lock?
Double lock, we had a double lock, well, it's in the manual.
How many beds is this thing?
Like what we currently have, it's just, and we have a sidekick, there's a sidekick that's a big storage thing that has overflow, but I mean, you know, you know, it's, you know, you have 25 box, and all, you probably have 3 in each little drawer, and there's 6 drawers. So, I mean, just, you know, probably 75 in each drawer, I guess, with smaller 5.
So you know everybody, you can monitor everything that goes on as far as who goes in.
Yeah, and we know the counts whenever we pull up. Probably use
I'm sure Dr. Robertson has questions.
No, it's just, you know, I kind of informed them that, you know, when you got new technology, you're supposed to improve and all that kind of stuff. And they sent me the information, and it, you know, like they stated, it's, and all I can go from, I've never had experience with it, so all I can say is what I've seen, what was provided to me for review. I mean, it looks better than the manual process of just having paper documentation with a double lock cabinet, because there is the line counts before and after. So, you know, I can't say that I tried it and found all the faults with it, so I can't say that it's the best thing ever. But it's kind of looks to me from my exposure to it, it looks like not to be insulting, but it's like a poor man's Pixis or Omnicell. You know, it's not that robust. It's not patient profile.
So it's better than paper.
It's better.
Let me say.
So how does the employees access it through a pin pad or a scanner?
Well, I mean, you can do either or. They have 2 different pins, but they have a badge, the security badge is connected to their name, so I know exactly.
So you're using the badge system right now?
Yes.
So if you're doing diversion monitoring or reviewing as part of the PIG, are you you're able to tie in and do access with that scan? Right, so you've got the ability to monitor if you carry them out.
Yeah, their name's attached to the badge.
Deb, do you have any questions?
No, I didn't. I was interested in what Kevin said, and I heard him.
It's low-tech technology, and it's still better than paper for trackability.
We have a motion.
Motion to approve the use of technology. Just site-specific government, we approve the technology.
Surgery centers, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a good, it looks like it's good.
We have a motion by Dr. Jolly to approve this technology at this site.
I would say it's surgery centers.
Yeah, surgery centers overall, because if they have a sister surgery center, got another one to implement it, we show it as approved technology.
Is that what you, all right, so Dr. Jolly has made a motion that we accept this technology in surgery centers. Second by Dr. Mitchell. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Joe.
I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Surgery center every day.
See, be well.
Yes.
We have plenty of chairs.
Oh.
So if you guys want to tell us who all is in front of us, then we'll kick off this one as well.
Yeah, I can introduce everybody. My name is Syed Ahmad Haider. That's my father, he's Syed Haider, and this is my mother, Fatma Haider. We're all the owners of Woodson Pharmacy LLC, DBA BMO Pharmacy. And this is our pharmacist in charge rating strategy.
So under tab 5, you guys will see this is a new application for Woodson Pharmacy LLC. Dr. Cray will correct me when I misspeak, but part of the reason they're here is they previously applied and been approved for a pharmacy permit, but that pharmacy really didn't open or didn't meet our criteria under our rules for the board.
It began meeting, it started out meeting the requirements. There was a pick there that was calling and had some concerns about them not being open for business when they initially applied. She stated they had medications on hand, and she was there 40 hours a week. She stated they had software that she had not been trained on, the point of sale was not going to be operational for another couple of weeks, so they could accept credit cards. But we didn't require them to fill a certain number of prescriptions, but they had to be open 40 hours a week. As it progressed on, she had some concerns about the son of the owner, Syed. He's a pharmacy technician at Vigo Pharmacy in St. Louis, Missouri, and he was placing orders unknown to the pharmacist in charge. And that, speaking of red flags that we talked about this morning, that was a red flag to staff, just that if this pharmacist in charge is running the pharmacy, he or she should be very well aware of what's being ordered in the pharmacy. She said she was getting that he was utilizing easyrx.com, ordering 13 to 14 different wholesalers, random non-sensible product, a case of potassium chloride IV bags, 2 cases of phenylfibrate that were received on 5/22 and they expired on 5/31. Another company sent in drugs that expired a couple weeks later, which was amlodipine. So she was real concerned about what was coming into the pharmacy, and she ultimately left the facility. The facility was not open after she left 40 hours a week. We notified them that they would have to close the facility and surrender the permit if they weren't going to be open for required hours. They subsequently did surrender the permit, and we received a new application on November 7th for them to reopen this facility. In the interim, we had a couple of other people that they had reached out to come in and do PICs. That didn't pan out. And I've known Randy for years and years and years, and he is the new PIC now. I hate to stay on him, but he will be the new PIC here. But the board had our staff had some concerns just because of the early violations of not being open hours that were supposed to be open, the red flags of inventory coming in that the PIC was unaware of, ordering from multiple different wholesalers with sort of nonsensical product. So we really wanted them to come in and talk about all of this and kind of get everybody on the same page.
May I speak?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think the information that was provided to you was entirely accurate.
Sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
The pharmacist in charge was hired. She was the one who opened the pharmacy. She was working with me closely to hire, to order the drugs. She, at any time, we were always working together. She could have said, you know, don't do this, don't do that. I never stepped on her toes. And I always made sure to go through the pharmacist in charge for any work that I had done. So I don't think it's accurate to say the pharmacy was never open. She was there. She was being paid. She met the requirements to be there. And she opened the pharmacy herself. And so everything that was done was after we had received a license and then opened the pharmacy. So I just want to make that clear. I don't know why that was, that the pharmacy not being open was information.
So let me make it clear that subsequently when she left, you guys maintained the permit and you were not open 40 hours a week.
Right. So what happened was when she had left abruptly. And so we had the plan to hire a new pharmacist as quickly as possible and to get it operating. We thought that she had communicated to us that she had met her requirements because none of these drugs were controlled substances. So she thought that she had done everything that she should have done by not returning all those drugs. Later, we had found out from you that she was supposed to return those drugs. We asked her to come back and to finish what she should have done. And so she came back and then she returned the drugs. And then at that point, we had not hired a new pharmacist in charge. Randy had been traveling. It's not easy to find another pharmacist in charge. So it took us time to find another pharmacist.
There were some questions, we do have an email that Luke was responding with Dr. Bradford. There were some questions about the pharmacy employees working in the doctor's offices so that they could perform technician duties, they'd be under the direct order of the supervision of a pharmacist, but not in this scenario, they'd actually be working in the doctor's office. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so, I mean, we already have a pharmacy in St. Louis, and we don't feel like we should ever do anything without talking to the board first. So I was simply calling to ask, is this possible? Can we do this? Can we do that? And I believe it was the council who had advised me, you know, what's legal, what's not, but we would be compliant to ask. So that's all we do.
And can you explain what the pharmacy wholesale?
Yeah, it's under McKesson right now as the supplier. But you know, there are other suppliers that we've spoken to who we would be able to work with in order to do what's best for the pharmacy.
So was there some question about whether you could warehouse pharmaceuticals in your pharmacy?
Yeah, so I mean, when we first started the pharmacy, we had questions about, you know, what do we think is best for the pharmacy, retail, wholesale, all that. So we had discussed it, but you know, he had explained to us, no, this is a retail pharmacy, and that's the model that makes the most sense. So we've never been, you know, shy to ask the board any more questions that they have.
And can you explain to me what the products were that were coming in so short dated and in such quantity, like ID bags for retail pharmacy?
Yeah, so we were thinking about working to see how the inventory would come in and see if we can get those type of medications, because we want to work with surgery center. We want to be able to see if we can, you know, start the business and see if that inventory can come in a timely manner. How it would be to order the inventory, to return that. And at any point in time, the pharmacist in charge, she could have said something about, you know, how she wants this process done. We're always working together.
But no controls?
No.
Are you planning to obtain a DEA number?
Yes, we do have to do that.
And can you tell me who EZIRRX is?
Yeah, it's just a wholesaler. There are many other wholesalers like them. It's just you know, you provide them your information, and they would be able to then work with you as a wholesaler for providing you supplies.
And did you verify that they were licensed in the state of Arkansas before you ordered the product?
I believe I did my due diligence.
Do they go under any other names?
No, it's just a website.
So now are you saying that you have a McKesson contract in Arkansas, or you have one in St. Louis?
In Arkansas. Yeah, the LLCs are separate. There's the Arkansas LLC, which is completely separate from the LLC.
And what is your role, the Arkansas Pharmacy?
I'm an owner, but because I want to go in and out of the pharmacy, I want to be tech as well to be able to go in and out of the pharmacy. Otherwise, I won't be allowed to go inside. So I'm an owner. And
There's something, one of these emails that you sent to the board from April last year, no, 2021, said you want, or you're considering opening a warehouse pharmacy. I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay, so like there are different types of pharmacies that work closely with like nursing homes, and they are very like closed pharmacies. So they're not retail. They won't be able to work with outside like malls and markets in general. They work within that closed.
So like a closed door.
And I also, we've never done that before. I was just asking questions.
Okay.
So,
I've never heard of a warehouse.
Yeah, I think he just doesn't know the same jargon that most boards would use, what it sounds like. It sounds to us more like you're trying to create a warehouse to distribute drugs, not that you're doing long-term care, assisted living, closed door shit.
exactly.
So from the staff side of it, we had, I would kind of say, nicely, a failure to launch before, and when we find out that it's not open, and we do have specific language in Arkansas requiring it to be open 40 hours a week, that permit was closed. We said you would have to apply for a new permit to get it going, but we wanted, they need to talk to you guys if we've had that issue before. We've had a couple of other instances of precedent where the board had visited with someone who didn't have their pharmacy open and closed it without 40-hour week earlier.
How long have you been this for?
I mean, it was, how long did you guys have a permit that wasn't open?
Yeah, so once the pit no longer was there, everything had to close, right? So she had left in the middle of August of last year, and we were unable to find another pit. So it wasn't open after she left, right? She's not there. It's closed.
So essentially September, October, November.
It's closed, yeah. And Randy can test it. Like it's nothing's going on there. It's Hensley, August. It's not like a busy area where people come in and out. And I don't live in Little Rock. Like I come in maybe once a month to just update, see what's going on in the pharmacy. So I wasn't going in and opening the pharmacy.
So you sent us an email back in August that the Phil's facility, we hadn't had a big since 8/31/2022. So we went forward to about October, and at that time, we called them and said, hey, we don't allow your department permit if you're not open 40 hours a week, you have to submit a permit. So they submitted the permit, and then they have reapplied, and that's what we did.
So for you guys to decide whether or not to approve.
I have one more question. When you go into the pharmacy, you say you go into the pharmacy, you're not a licensed pharmacist, correct?
No, I'm not.
So you were going into the pharmacy and there was not a licensed pharmacist there?
Oh, he's there.
I mean before.
No, when before the old pharmacist was there.
Okay, and after she left, you said you were going into the pharmacy and stuff?
No. After she had left, I never had a need to go back. And she had done it herself and returned all the inventory that she had not returned.
But you don't go in without a pharmacist?
Yeah, I have no need to do this.
Tammy, do you have anything? You have questions or anything that you want?
No, not on this one. Thank you.
Anybody here?
So Randy, you gotta be open 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
And it's the
Monday through Friday, I'm there.
and as PSE, we don't know who Easy RRX is.
Yeah.
So whoever you get drugs from, make sure they're licensed with us.
Yeah, we're set up with a guest.
Yeah, that solves 90% of that. I mean, I can tell you when I was in practice, and I know you guys sit down, you get these random phone calls all the time. Hey, we've got a great deal on Lysenpril this week. Make sure whoever it is, you got a license.
Yeah, they are not, I looked on Geo, they are not licensed.
Yeah, unless they have some other DEA name that we're not aware of, but.
Yeah, just make sure you're licensed.
I'll make sure to work with him closely and work with him best.
Nobody seems to have it.
No, that's not.
Motion to approve the application.
Motion proposition will approve. Dr. Newsom, seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Debbie, was that a 4? or
That was when I get the mute, when you do it quick, I can't get the mute.
Hey there, I'm fast on the draw. You gotta do aye and nay. Yeah, that way it's good. Give us the high sign or something, you know. All right.
It was
All right, so we will pass your application along to our board, we're going to sign off on it, we'll finish processing it, and they weren't going to expect it before.
They were expecting first time.
Yeah, and we'll send somebody, we'll send somebody out to make sure that the pharmacy is still secure, and set up for pharmacy, and we'll be good to go.
So they'll do the inspection before we open, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean,
As you open, no, they'll do the inspection.
no, we do a pre-inspection, pre-opening inspection, just make sure that the facility hasn't had a major change. We're going to be pharmacy. We've had a couple.
Kind of like the new brand.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, sir. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We do that at Starbucks.
You do that at Starbucks. You know, we don't approve a permit unless we look at the facility first.
That's on the first time we get some different.
Hey, Randy.
Start, everybody else.
Yeah, everything else changed over
Oh. Yeah, let's just.
What's the name of that system y'all used at Baptist? What? The system y'all used is known as dosage.
Well, Epic has their own built in there.
The one that, the video where you're, okay.
Yeah, it's built in. So
That's what it is. You ladies want to tell us who you are, and we'll get right into it.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Kitty Cohn, General Counsel for Cartonic, and with me is Dr. Benita Harris. And we're here to talk to the board about our proposal to use the dosage system to help provide additional coverage and oversight to Carton's visitor clinics or rural clinics, as the case may be. I'm sure the board's familiar with dosage. It allows pharmacists to check, review, and verify the pharmacist or technician from a computer outside the clean room or in another location. And we welcome any questions that the board has.
So on this, I'm a little bit familiar with dosage. I think Dr. Roberts was probably more familiar with it than I am. Most often we see the use of, with a clean room, you can't just put all the humans in there. And so it actually gives a paper trail and a picture and video trail to see exactly what happened. Is your request mainly to use that on site, or are you wanting to do that off site as well?
I'll let Dr. Harris speak to that, both.
We would request information to be able to do it off-site as well. Mainly, we wouldn't ask for any change in the pharmacist head ratio or the requirement for pharmacists to be on site, of course. All that would still be as for pharmacy regulations. But we have some smaller clinics with pharmacists and busy and then busier clinics. So it might be helpful for a pharmacist in a slower location to be able to help busy location to keep up with the workflow by being able to check from that location.
So it's kind of two things then, the way I'm looking at it. One is being able to use dosage, and the other one is to do offsite order review.
What I was going to ask is, so let's say that in a small facility where there's one pharmacist preparing the product, is part of this to verify from another pharmacist in a different location that pharmacist, so it's a double set, it's a double verification.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
So it's backed up on the primary pharmacist.
Yes, sir.
Not that it's only the secondary pharmacist.
Right, exactly.
Okay, that's a little bit different. Thank you. Any problems with dosage?
Now, you're saying you're not going to remove any pharmacists, there's still an on-site presence. It's just the making sure that, because you're not using gravimetrics part of it, you're using the
Right.
visual and the barcode scanning. So that would all be in your system. So every order that gets processed and prepared is going to be checked. It's where those places that don't have two pharmacists, now it's done by somebody in a different location, that second set of eyes.
Right.
As long as it's backup verification, you know, not primary.
So what I would say, one is using dosage, and two is they're basically asking to be able to do dose verification or off-site order review for the pharmacy. That's just how we would kind of classify it under the rule of the off-site part. Workload balancing.
Make a motion to approve dosage for recent part-time.
Dr. Newsom has a motion to use dosage in part-time.
As described here.
Yeah,
Described here.
and to do off-site verification.
And off-site verification.
Second.
Second by Dr. Mitchell. Any other comments? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it.
Now that we've kept you here for the entire afternoon, I don't think you can make it back to part-time before it's quitting time.
Yeah, we'll go home now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies, for coming
Never seen this great.
We're having some technical issues to thing now.
Uh-oh.
All of a sudden, all of our policies are here. And
I just say we go back to the old one.
I found it earlier by going through.
well, let's not.
So you're good. So let me get you guys
We would
on.
click on our folders and they were all blank.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
So I was able to get to it a different way earlier by going through Adobe. And it helped tremendously. So you are not on Adobe, so. It's on this device.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it, Dr. Robertson. Here all week.
This would work earlier, and then the top would work. I'm sorry, first page. Say on this device.
Yeah, there's not a
All of these PDFs.
Do I?
there's not a mistake.
I'm gonna try to pass along where you can tip the inspector. Okay. Yeah, you work for tips, right?
Is that gonna be like they get paid $2.35 an hour plus?
Yeah, then, you know, put that on as a serious kill.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
No.
So dosage, I'm working with some.
Yeah.
Got multiple hospitals. Is IV workflow software, does it have to come? to the
Well,
boards?
we had actually originally approved some IV workflow software.
That IV work, that particular piece, like a dosage, I think children was the first one.
Yeah.
And they're all basically.
They're very
similar.
Well, so like if it was like you say, Epic built a module just for this, because that's already part of the software, it's part of it.
Yeah. They just added in the pictures, basically. But this is the first one I've seen on a retail permit side, you know, for clinics or anything like that. And really, it's not just dosage, it's the fact that they also want to be able to do it off-site rather than basic.
The second part of me is.
That's the bigger issue.
Off-site.
Yeah. But
I
it
mean,
gives,
what's nice about that, right, is you get somebody who process an order, you know how complicated, crazy some of those oncology ones are. Now to have a second set of eyes on it to look at and make sure everything's okay, do another set of calculations to make sure it goes right.
very good. That's true. Everybody thinks it's, you know, apples and apples and apples. chemicals, and it's not at all. It's just a whole different world.
Remote verification.
Well, no, especially the oncology in that sector is far more complicated.
It's not good.
Yeah.
I remember one of my residencies, I was unlucky enough to draw the short straw to get the oncology cell by just my weekend cell. It was just
Everything was unique.
I mean, I just felt nervous all the time. You know, there's certain areas of pharmacy that's just not my thing. Oncology was not that, because, you know, the way they do, you dose every other day, you gotta alternate one drug to another drug, so many meters square. Well, that didn't match up with the literature, because the doctor just went to a presentation in San Diego.
So just calculate some areas under the curve.
Yep, that's true. You know, else I know one of those.
Great. Ready, who's next? All right, Script Hero, come on up, guys.
Good afternoon.
All right, if you guys want to tell us who all we're talking to, then we'll get started on this one.
Yes, so I'm Kimberly Nelson. I'm the managing pharmacist or pharmacist in charge of Script Hero Pharmacy.
I'm Maricela Lara Nevares. I am the Director of Pharmacy Regulatory Affairs and also a pharmacist.
And I'm Nick Mesa with Quarles and Brady Counsel.
So we previously had a visit at an informal conference, and I think that everyone was so confused on how Script Hero worked, we decided to regroup and come back before the full board. So let's try to have you guys explain again how Script Hero works, and we'll try to get a better, I guess, feel of exactly what the operation is doing.
Absolutely. So prior to today, I sent out, I shared a PowerPoint presentation that we all have copies of as well. So I think that's the best way to walk through this. So I'll kind of follow the PowerPoint presentation. Before diving into Script Hero Pharmacy, I really should introduce myself as an out-of-state pharmacist. So a little bit of background about me. I have about 10 years of experience in pharmacy. Started my journey in Tennessee, believe it or not. Did my undergrad at Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. Then did my PharmD at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center in Memphis. Had the pleasure of moving to Columbus, Ohio to do a 2-year health system pharmacy administration residency at Nationwide Children's Hospital. Stayed on as our inpatient operations manager and pick of one of our pharmacies there. And now I'm the managing pharmacist of Script Hero Pharmacy. So I've been with Script Hero for about a year and a half. And I'm happy to share with you all a little bit more information about us and hope to clear up some things. So with the second slide, it really gives a very high-level overview of Script Hero Pharmacy. So Script Hero Pharmacy is a closed-door, non-dispensing pharmacy located in Columbus, Ohio. We currently hold a resident terminal pharmacy category 2 license with a licensed classification type of mail order pharmacy. Through shared services agreements with mail order pharmacies, we are seeking to perform front-end prescription processing and counseling for prescriptions that will be shipped into the state of Arkansas. So that is why we're seeking licensure today. Patients and prescribers can freely elect to send prescriptions to Script Hero Pharmacy for processing, fulfillment, as well as counseling. Patients maintain the right to choose their pharmacy of choice for that prescription fulfillment. So switching gears to the third slide, Script Hero Pharmacy opened in 2019. As you all are aware, getting multi-state licensure takes some time. So this is a part of that journey for us seeking 50-state licensure before fully launching and going live with the pharmacy. So we're front end, non-dispensing again. We do not hold any drug inventory. We do not process controlled substances either. So when I say we are seeking to do front end prescription processing, what I mean by that is in the same view as traditional pharmacy. So the prescription intake, the data entry, drug utilization review, prescription, the pharmacist verification, as well as patient counseling. So Scripturo partners with Central Fill Pharmacy to do the fulfillment piece and dispensing function. At this time, our partner, Central Fulfillment Pharmacy, is licensed in 48 states, including, in addition to Washington, D.C., and they are also licensed in the state of Arkansas. Currently, Scripturo Pharmacy is licensed in 44 states and territories. We have 6 of our last applications in progress. Hopefully, those all will be added to the list of our 44 states soon. So now the fun part, going over our workflow. So I provided 2 examples in your handouts as a visual to kind of walk you through what I was trying to say in January. So the first model is a traditional sense of our pharmacy, as you would see. So a patient can elect to send it for us to process their prescription. So we will authorize the prescriber to send that prescription to Scripturo Pharmacy, just like any other pharmacy. At that point, we'll do the prescription intake as well as perform the front end prescription processing like I mentioned earlier, as well as counseling. Then that prescription information is shared via a common database pursuant to shared services agreements with our partner, Central Fulfillment Pharmacy. In your packet, I put XYZ partner, but it could be any Central Fulfillment pharmacy that is licensed in the state of Arkansas. So they will complete they will fill the prescription as well as perform that pharmacist verification or PV2 check prior to dispensing that prescription directly to the patient.
So example 1.
Yes.
I'm gonna try to be helpful on this, but please correct me if I misspeak. It is very much the traditional mail order model we see. Patient selects to send it to Script Hero as their provider of choice. And if they don't elect some other pharmacy, it goes to your contracted pharmacy. And you could have 15 or 20 contracted pharmacies and they say, we've chosen Script Hero, have one of your people fulfill it and send it to me. And you look down your list to see who has an Arkansas license. And it's routed to one of those to then ship direct to patients.
Correct.
Everybody tracking this? Okay. Now let's do 2.
Let's
Because this is, I think we melded them last time and it derailed.
Yes, correct. So model 2, high level AARP is an example that came up last month. So for the purposes of today, I'm sticking with AARP. They are not one of our clients. Full disclosure, this could be any large corporation that wants to provide services to their membership or employees. So for this example, we're using AARP. So with this, AARP is wants to provide a service for home delivery. The patient sees this as an option because they are a member of AARP. This patient can choose to utilize AARP pharmacy for home delivery. Once they select or elect to utilize that as a service, they are consenting to the legal transfer of that prescription to Scripturo Pharmacy, as well as acknowledging the terms and conditions that outlines this model 2 that you see here today. So we'll walk through the workflow. So patient chooses, consents, then that prescriber will send in that prescription to AARP Pharmacy, where they will do the prescription intake as well as legally transfer that prescription to Scripturo Pharmacy. This is where we will do the prescription intake and perform that front end prescription processing that I mentioned earlier, as well as do that patient counseling. Then the rest of the workflow follows very similar to the last slide, where that prescription information is shared via a common database pursuant to shared services agreement with our Central Fulfillment Pharmacy. And at that Central Fulfillment Pharmacy is where they will fill the prescription and perform that pharmacist verification too, and mail that prescription directly to the patient.
I'm gonna try to do the same thing on this one, but correct me where I missed it. No matter what the organization is, there's some membership organization, they all try to have, they've got a car insurance discount, they've got, roadside assistance, they've got someone that you can call for whatever supplies. And they want to have some either, I hate to say the word co-branded, but they want to have their stamp on the provision of pharmacy services. And so they sign a contract with you. So if I call my membership organization if it's AARP, so be it. I'm not eligible yet, but I'm getting there. But if I call them and say, hey, you've got a prescription benefit, just like my professional pharmacy memberships do for me with car insurance, it doesn't matter in reality that it is necessarily called whatever, but it's connected through them. It's, I want to use yours, and it's their contract to you. That makes sense to everybody? So if my car insurance ad is like, hey, you can save X amount of money by using your Pharmacist Association discount for car insurance. Well, at that moment, I don't know if it's Pharmacist Mutual, I don't know if it's Geico, I don't know if it's State Farm or whomever. But if I choose them, they automatically route me to whoever their contract is with. And that's the more common scenario here, is that someone wants to add a prescription drug benefit to some of the benefit a patient has. And if they choose that company, it automatically routes it to you.
So Dr. Curley, I think you're 100% correct. And again, I would phrase it more as a pharmacy service benefit as opposed, just so we don't get confused.
It's just something they partner.
Correct, and not to confuse it with actual insurance coverage and the like, right? But this could be, and I think the AARP example was a great example that popped up last time. It's an added benefit to the members. It could also be, for example, a large employer, right? As the camera goes haywire there. It could be, I don't know, Disney, something offered to Disney employees or Tyson employees or, whomever, right? So throughout the entire course of this journey, the patient is 100% aware that this is a service that is being offered. They're consenting to the sending of the script to this pharmacy and then the subsequent transfer and shared services model, which is basically what we showed in example one.
Which in many ways, I hate to use other weird terms, but kind of like, the Cuban Cost Plus is not an actual pharmacy. So if you engage with them, they actually kick it to a pharmacy.
Correct.
But since you've chosen them, you've chosen the agreement that automatically kicks it to their contracted pharmacy that can ship it to the state.
Correct.
Still tracking that? So I think we got real confused last time with how it happened and saying well, you could call it whatever, co-branded or something else. And I think that is what derailed our conversation, because that didn't make sense.
Correct. And I'll add one more thing I think it's critical because, again, during the last presentation, I think that there was some confusion that there were actual relationships with prescribers and providers, and that is not the case. This is an added benefit from, as you know, large employers, associations that have members that they seek to have an additional service that's branded with them.
I tracked with the second one. First one, how does the patient decide, how would be one question. The other part would be why. Why would somebody come and have you do the front end and then get the medicine from somebody else on the back end, when I could just walk in the corner of the drugstore and walk out? So I'm literally asking, and it's not a problem, I'm just asking, help me understand what the motivation would be. How and why does that work?
Yeah, so a patient can be aware of model one just from regular advertising that prescription or pharmacy could do. Also, in the state of Ohio, we are legally required to publicly display information about that pharmacy. So a patient could do a search and find a pharmacy wanting to utilize us for our mail order operations. So that is a way that they can find out, but that's a rare model that we see being utilized.
So would the second model would be the vast majority? And that's how somebody in Arkansas is not driving by.
Correct.
It's also really important to note as well is that this is a completely cash model, right? And so there are no carriers or involvement within the networks right now. So it is an out-of-pocket expense for the patient. So they're freely electing to send it there and utilize the services.
It's a direct full transparency model where they are told up front, if you use us, this is the cost. It's not, this is the cost and we have some that specialize, say, hey, we're gonna work with your insurance and find you any other discounts. And some companies try to find you an assistance program or another external coupon or something else. This is a cash business. And if you, through whichever route find us, this is your transparent cost. That's just it.
We'll have to ask staff a question. How hard is it to monitor or regulate or inspect something like this?
Well, anytime we have renewal, we are generally asking for a copy of their most recent inspection. And Ohio inspects. I mean, so for their side, Ohio inspects their fulfillment pharmacy that would be the back end actor, wherever they are to maintain a license, thus they're also going to inspect.
Yeah, so they'll also have to be licensed.
Yeah. Like they're gonna have numerous pharmacies that could do the back end fulfillment. And if it's an Arkansas script, they have to map it to one that has the legal authority and ability to ship to Arkansas.
Correct.
Or in.
Or within Arkansas, absolutely.
Correct. Absolutely.
So, I mean, do you have pharmacies in Arkansas that you have arrangement with? Or? So.
They don't have a licensing.
Yeah.
Reason I'm asking, part of what I'm asking was just transfer. The transfer of prescription.
It depends on when you are dealing with multiple states like this. It depends on how state A and state B, where front end exists and back end exists, specifically define this type of practice.
Right.
So you could go to St. Louis to say Express Scripts, and they're across the road from each other, or they're in adjacent buildings because it all falls under that one set of state rules. But many mail order facilities like that, well, it's fairly agnostic as to where the front end or the fulfillment is located, as long as both have permits in that state to work on those patients.
Correct. And Dr. Rich, to your point, as long as the state also permits central fill, right?
Yeah.
So theoretically, you're 100% correct. There could be a back-end facility here in Arkansas or whatever state in it that might speed up delivery or the like. Right now, there are very limited number of relationships thus far, but you're absolutely right. Theoretically, another pharmacy could serve in that back-end role.
So how would this affect the transfer of prescription to the pharmacy or patient wants to do somewhere else?
If they tip, what we heard before was, if your prescription ends up at Script Keeper, because you may not know right up front, hey, this is what's going to happen. And you go, hey, if we fulfill it here, it's going to be this much money. You go, you know what, I actually have insurance. Can you just transfer that to my whatever local pharmacy? That it's split in this visual graphic because there could be a stop point where they will stop and say, okay, so we're not going to fulfill it and charge you this. We're going to kick it to your pharmacy of choice, at which point Script Hero can't guarantee price or coverage or anything else. It goes to your local pharmacy of choice.
But is it not transferred already?
No, they're front end fulfillment. They have received it directly from the prescriber.
And they've got a shared service agreement, right?
Yeah, they got a shared service for their central fill, which would be like, if your system, if you could pull up one of your other stores without transferring it, fill the central database on. Well, okay, so model 2,
Yeah.
the AARP pharmacy prescription intake, it's not going to an AARP pharmacy and then to Script Pro. Script Pro is really acting as an AARP pharmacy.
It's a separate licensed entity. So the script would be going to this separate licensed entity, which theoretically, again, has a DBA, but it is run by Script Hero. Completely separate licensed entity. A true legal transfer is then made of the script to Script Hero, which is the entity that from this other licensed branded pharmacy.
So AARP.
AARP, right, powered by Script Hero, right? And then that's when Script Hero takes over with the full processing and fulfillment. So there is a transfer initially. And again, the patient is fully aware of that.
So in Arkansas, you can only transfer once.
So here's another example, right? This other pharmacy, right, is located in Ohio as well. right? The script goes directly to that Ohio pharmacy. This
From,
AARP from the prescriber,
okay,
okay? And a transfer is made. That's your single transfer. Right? And
wait,
then,
I missed it. From the, start over with your example.
okay, the AARP pharmacy is also located in Ohio. It could be located anywhere, but in this instance, it's in Ohio. Prescriber writes the script for their AARP member who has asked them to see, please send it to this pharmacy. It lands in the AARP pharmacy in Ohio. That pharmacy then transfers the prescription to Script Hero. The patient is fully aware and consents to that transfer. They understand this whole process. Script Hero then takes over with the full offer of service.
They select.
Exactly. If at that point, the script needs to be transferred again, it's in Ohio. It can be transferred out. It could be for any resident in any state. So there is one transfer initially. Again, at the consent of the patient, and then Script Hero and their back end fulfillment will do the rest.
So Script Hero, when you're saying that they would do the data entry. Is that right? They would get the prescription, they would do the data entry, and then the data entry comes out at their member pharmacy, or the fulfillment, or put the pill to the bottle at their member pharmacy. The member pharmacy, after filling it, delivers it to the patient. Dispenses it to the patient.
Right. And to help simplify things, I know we got caught up on the AARP thing. Script Hero could theoretically get a transferred script from any pharmacy in the United States, right? In any state. Send a script directly to Script Hero, and then this is the essential process that flows through. Script Hero does the data entry, all the PD1, the counseling is needed, and they've got partnerships with the back end fulfillment that ship directly to the patient.
And the prescription, the original prescription that was translated, where does the prescription reside?
It'll reside in Script Hero Pharmacy.
Because just like, so in your example, if you had 3 stores and one of them you put in your multi-dose packaging machine and you're doing central fill for one of your other 2 stores, well, that other store maintains that script in most models. And yours with the multi-dose package is basically packaging it and sending it to the patient for them as you're outsourcing that area of work. So it doesn't have to be transferred in that aspect, because all you're doing is fulfilling what's ordered. You can sit there and have the magic printer that prints all stuff that's processed in another location.
Now, would it ever matter? Let's say that there was an Arkansas pharmacy that was going to be a pharmacy that was transferred to. Patient says, transfer my script from Script Hero to Stanley Pharmacy in Searcy. If it was transferred from AARP to Script Hero, all of that was legal in Ohio. So now, as far as it's concerned with Stanley Pharmacy, is it a one-time transfer?
It gets sticky because we say you can't transfer.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I'm wondering. If it's transferred from AARP or whoever to Script Hero, but then it gets transferred out to another pharmacy. I mean, for us, the only one would be of any concern is Arkansas, but as long as they're meeting their laws in Ohio, it doesn't matter.
Arguably, in that scenario, you need to back up and say, just cancel that. I'm going to try to get a new prescription. Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at all those transfers.
And no controlled substance, right?
No, sir. At the back end as well, of course.
That makes sense. What we're
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Anybody have any questions, comments, motions? David? No?
much clearer presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We needed death by PowerPoint. And we just didn't get it last time.
And we appreciate the AARP example that you lent us. Yes.
We have a motion to approve by Dr. Mitchell, second by Dr. Jolly. Anybody got anything else? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Maybe this would be a useful tool for other boards.
Absolutely.
We'd like, please, yeah. Please call Arkansas and have them help.
Thank you all very much.
Good job, be careful.
All right, what can you mention?
Ring the bell 3 times. Yeah. We're seeing number 8 this year. They're not very good. Am I here? Dr. McMurray, you come early?
Yeah.
Come on, bud. This will be 10. There we go. Doc, you gonna reintroduce yourself? We'll get started here.
I'm Ryan McMurray, pharmacist for 22 years now. Currently working at the Helen Regional Medical Center here in Griffin. And I'm returning to the work for my follow-up visit from October. Got some things I had to do, and hopefully
all right. You haven't missed any shifts. How's it going?
Yeah. Oh, good. We've only worked 64 hours pay period.
Yeah.
So we never run the risk of working over 80. Hospital's real slow. He works every other weekend. We take turns on holidays. Everything's smooth.
Do you like?
Oh yeah, I love it. No responsibility, no meetings, no reports.
Well, there's responsibility.
Well, you know, the director side. Of it.
Yeah, it's different than having to be the director
Right,
and chase all that.
Right.
How's the family doing?
Everybody's doing good. My daughter, she's progressing. She won't lose her leg. She had to do several skin grafts. She's walking with a walker. I saw her birthday on the 10th, but she's got ways to go. It's gonna be a long one.
And were you able to lock down another counselor, I think? Or work on
Yes,
that?
yes. What I did for January, I did a private psychiatrist because they couldn't find me one. Then this month, they were able to give me with another AC. I can't think of the initial, but it's the same type of credentials that I had.
Okay. His previous one left employment where he was in that clinic, and so he had reached out to me a couple times and just, I said, well, don't miss him. Whatever you do, don't miss him on it. Like the conversation we had earlier, before people, and so he went out and found, someone specific to make sure he did not miss him. And while they were filling that gap at that other clinic. Different approach. I mean, the folks at the hospital are super glad to have him. No, I mean, you can see the letter that Gary sent us. I mean, he's happy, wants to know anything that we need from him. He wants to get it done because he doesn't want to lose Dr. Murray.
I was in the hospital today. I mean,
Well,
what's your census for that? You gotta stay busy.
The idea that it is now is they're thinking about even closing A because we're talking 1 or 2 patients being admitted. And what they're going to do is the whole women and children's unit is supposed to be ER. And so they're just going to use ER and sick on OB patient comes in and they have to deliver baby. But they're going to try to prevent and maybe anybody. And just, it was ship them. But we still have surgery, we still have outpatient, we still have rehab. But all the other units.
Where's the nearest hospital?
Well, we have Ford City, who's our sister hospital. Most of our nurses, OB patients all that there. And then we still have Clarksdale, who used to be a sister hospital. Further down, and of course, Memphis, out there.
Clarksdale have its own problem, so.
Hospital, but they have our problem for we.
Well. So the question is, you guys asked for him to come in now. Do you want another update from him at some point? You say, no news is good news. What is your desire?
I think no news is good news.
Ms. Tammy, you got anything?
You're muted.
It's not clicking off. Every time I click it, it doesn't click. We either can just say, okay, you've updated us, or we could ask for an additional. I think more than likely, because the hospital is happy and he's doing so well, I don't see any issue to have to keep having him come in, but that's just my thought.
Honestly, trying to think, probably will not ever go back to, if I remember correctly, you're working kind of high volume. Channel,
Yes.
as a manager.
You could say,
If you ever take a job like that, I was gonna say, you should
Let the board know, right?
What were you gonna say there?
I was gonna say, you could put something in that before he takes another, management supervisory PIC role, that he either report it to us or come visit with us.
I say you report to staff, so I don't think he has to report to the board. I also think that it might be a good, I mean, you might want the job, and it might be the dream job, but at least, you can temper it, or you can use it as an excuse where, I gotta talk to the board about that. I don't know, it's a stopgap that you can use either way.
Right, I agree.
So. But we have a motion, or do we need a motion?
I think you accept his report.
Yeah.
Put that in there as well.
Motion to accept his report by Dr.
Yeah,
Jolly.
I'm gonna make the motion to accept the report. I guess the way I would word it is, if you ever takes a position in any type of supervisory or management role, they notify board staff as a first step.
You've had people who say you can't serve as a PIC unless board approved at a later date. Do you just want to report to us, or do you want to approve it at a later date? So basically, it would say he has to report it, must be approved to serve as a PIC. Is the way we do it. Support work issue. Sure. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion by Dr. Jolly to accept this report. So he notify the board before taking the PIC position. Am I saying that correctly?
We would say that he would have to report to the board and be approved to serve as a PIC.
So he would have to be approved to accept the PIC position. Do we have a second? Dr. Richard seconds that. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good to see you. Good luck. Good luck.
See if our 2:30 or 2:45.
So just to give you a little bit. These pharmacies over at the Delta are dire straits like they are. The cities and the states send them money because you've got these little clinics like rural, Sunflower County, or Sunflower Hospital. It's 340B hospital. They're flying people up from the Florida coast to people's eyes and flying them back that afternoon. So, you know, the things that they were offering at some of these little hospitals, they're all of a sudden their volume is going to zip. So they can't have a center for whatever, you know, whatever service they were offering. It's 340B today. It's like I said, finding doctor can't for a day, spending all this money on. Like Greenwood before. Greenwood before is like on like 30 ER basically. That's it. 340B, man.
340B is critical access.
There's 340B.
Well, they can be both.
Well, they are both.
Yeah, I don't know. They're all above to me. I don't say. They're all awesome.
But
It just goes to show that no matter how well intentioned the program may be,
Oh, yeah.
somebody's gonna find a way to exploit the
That's right.
system
Yeah.
to their benefit.
What's next? Well, we had a couple of people scheduled that, the first one was simply a request.
Should we get counsel to go down to the bar and have this not free time? I'm sure we're not down there.
I volunteered to go.
It could be, got lost on the way here.
I want down there.
Oh, that's another.
And we can jump to our 4 o'clock.
So we were looking, while she's looking to see if we had any further responses on our 245 or 230. So June is interesting, why that did not take, because the association meeting is later this year than what we often would see. It is the 15th and 16th of June is what it says, and I'm sitting here searching it because that seems, usually it's longer than that, for one thing.
Or is it gonna be?
Because when I pull up their website, it still has the information from last year. It says Doubletree Little Rock, June 15th, 16th. But that's Thursday, Friday.
You're glad I sent you. Thank you.
I'm afraid it has the newest computer in the whole building.
And it's sideways.
And it works the worst.
I mean, you're.
So 15, 16.
That is when APA is. I'm actually supposed to be in ACP board meetings that same week. Yeah, so I'm supposed to be upstate. So usually in June, we do the first week of June.
Well, let's just leave it there.
Six,
Unless you
six,
want to
seven.
change it later, it's fine. That's
6,
up to you.
7, 8,
When's the APA?
15, 16. But I think it's gonna be 15, 16, 17, which would mean APA board would be like 14, but
We can always move it if it is, leave it where it is for now.
Yeah, I have 6 and 7 down on my calendar.
Yeah,
That's what I had.
I think we, yeah, we took that a long time ago.
Do we need 3 days?
Not yet. We don't know that yet.
that's, you know, every, that's right.
That's beach season.
You got that right.
That's what season?
Beach.
Oh,
That's a snow day makeup season for some, you know, with AMI, they want to do that. So I think we can leave the 6th and 7th for now. We can go ahead and tell you that, so the next 2 days, tomorrow is mainly application, either people that had an application denial or are asking for a reinstatement. Thursday, the only thing we have on the agenda Thursday is CE violations. So my plan at this point is, and many of them are watching, we've tried to explain this to them already. We have offered non-disciplinary orders, as the board has directed us to do the entire time I've been in the board pharmacy, for $100 per hour that you're missing, whether if you're missing live, you're missing correspondence, you're missing both, and making up double whatever you're missing, which if you're missing 2 hours live, it's $200, make up 4 hours, and we see that as a non-disciplinary order. That's something we've argued with the National Data Bank people for years, that we do that instead of having a disciplinary fine. We have, through that process, we found a couple of people who were basically they're disabled. They are no longer even able to practice pharmacy, and so we've taken care of that. If you're disabled or you weren't even able to tell us otherwise. What we have left is your people. My plan is to bring them in. They're all scheduled for 9 o'clock, and to go over so that you guys know and that they know they have been offered a non-disciplinary resolution of this matter. And that is their last chance to take a non-disciplinary resolution with the board, and anything after that goes to a board hearing. Ms. Bales will have a hearing officer, will have a court order, and when the board finds you did not get your CE, it was in violation of board rules, that is a disciplinary fine.
It'll make them be $100.
Well, and we've tried to tell them, like, this could get worse, which it probably would, because you could find them $500 an hour. And it's disciplinary, goes to the National Data Bank. And it also is something that when we have cases like that, she has stepped away, but Dr. McCready has probably spent
Hours.
Hundreds. I don't mean 800, I mean probably 300 or 400 hours on this. All the years I've done audits, I've never seen this type of reaction. We had, right off the bat, the highest percentage we've probably ever seen of people that had all of their CPAs required. But there are a lot of people who are like, well, you should have suspended live CE during, or you should have waived all CE during. We've had people argue with us that CE wasn't available during COVID.
Did you tell them they should have paid for the Mr. CE, or they should have just gotten CE?
We've offered everywhere we can. And some of them, like, we've had people that have tried to get a different resolution. Dr. McCready, as staff, we are doing exactly what we've been asked. We can't renegotiate that. Then they tried me, I can't renegotiate that. Then when Ms. Bales came to work here, they figured out, hey, there's a new attorney, we'll try it with her. And we have explained. And some of them are just not listening, like, this is the non-disciplinary option. Well, then I want to hear it. You do realize that's a disciplinary option. Yes, I want to hear it.
So that's all the people on the list.
There's right now.
So what you're saying is we're not dealing with a real sharp book.
What I'm saying, is it still 14? It's 14 of them?
You're less than usual sharpness.
I think that your list of 14 has been cut in half.
Oh, and then there were 7.
And then there was a, we have a couple that when we get ready to do orders, we have some checks, we give them until March, March, I have the checks that we did.
There's only a 7.
Yeah, I'll have to we'll get an updated list of which, this has changed every day for like the last 8 or 10.
Okay.
Is this
Do they all have to be here now? I sit out there and wait.
They can sit right here and watch each other's here.
That's cost the deal. I mean, this is crazy.
This is why we have a third day. Because we knew we could not squeeze. This was like 24 of them a month ago.
So then a lot of national government, they do order the turn here. when they come back
So even
around.
this list is now down to less.
So we'll update it from what we.
Are these all pharmacists that actually practice within the state?
No.
Oh.
A couple of them are.
PICs maybe in other states.
I don't even recognize the names. Y'all recognize any names?
1 or 2.
Nice.
Yeah. A lot of them are not the same, which the fascinating thing is, Dr. Mitchell, how much CE do you have to get a year to maintain all your licenses?
It's a lot.
And how many of those states, you're gonna have to get probably 30 ACE hours a year with half of them being live. because of your license and all these other things.
I also know that I run the NABP, like CP monitor transcript and save that to PDF showing that I have complied.
Yeah.
Before I renew any of my licenses.
Yeah.
Like I have that on
And-
file ready in case.
I mean, so, and that's another point, they all told us that they had.
There's an attestation on putting that.
So, yeah, they renewed saying they had it, and then we audited them, and
They
they,
floated out there, we're thinking $1,000 an hour.
probation, cost of, I mean, and it's
Just float
close
that out there,
It's-
see what kind of, if they're still there, then they're just going to retard, they should have a license.
So,
We shouldn't do that.
so another issue that we have, that I need to talk to you guys about, so we had,
I said it 3 times.
we did law tests, first round for the schools, and as is tradition, then we did a round 2 law test. We did it last Friday. We had 14 people on round 2, and 7 of them were not successful. And so I have the test, if you guys want to see them, but in order for them to proceed any further, they need to meet with you guys. Do you want me to tell them all to be here in person on Thursday? Do you want to start the meeting with them Thursday? Well, I'll look and see what time they have, because I mean, not.
Yeah, I'm gonna be here, and then that way, it would work faster.
Yeah,
Are they gonna retake license or something like that?
that's up to
The
y'all.
reason I ask is if we're gonna bring somebody down from local start.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we could tell them to be available on Zoom if you want it. Now, given, I don't know that they've already had to come here and take tests Fridays. They've had to be in the board office. So it's what level of gravity do you want to give?
Are they students?
They're all students.
They're all
7 students. They're all UMS students. 1 or 2 of them are Northwest. I can't remember how many. And I can't remember their schedule off the top of my head.
Yeah, so they should be, like.
I'll find out tonight when they're in class. And I can have this week, go ahead and email and say, we're going to tell you a time that you're going to. Do you want them in person or do you want them Zoom?
I think in person will get their attention. Zoom for the folks, just because they're in Northwest Arkansas, I think we offer Zoom, but the other schools, but we're not.
What's March looking like?
Spring break. I know.
Yeah, Mark.
Are we done, we have meetings 22nd, 23rd, 24th, right?
No,
No?
that's this month.
Oh,
That's spring break. I know you got at least
You
one
free
kid.
to September?
ma'am,
Have you free to September?
22nd, I got that.
Yeah,
Well, we're
Open up
gonna-
against the APPs.
That's the problem, is we've got to get them in front of the board quickly and a plan. And usually when you guys have a group, you want question and response from every single one of them. And we can't build it to where, I'm gonna sit in the back of the Zoom room and call it in. On this,
We're gonna ask them all questions.
it's up to you, you good. I mean, we're gonna get done early. If you want to see the test, they're sitting on my desk. You'll be astounded on some stuff. I mean,
We need to review your review and make sure that
have at it.
Give him back.
Volunteers, you.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I mean, we had a great meeting. I mean, Dr. Richmond came down, we met with the course coordinator at UMS and sat down and I mean, I reviewed with them, like, here are the questions that are missed most frequently. Here's where what the question is and where it kind of hits in the wall, so that like, this is something that is important to the board and figure out how we map it in the course of study. I thought it was very fruitful, and I think that there will be, some updates next year for the program. But we hit this weird sine wave where, pass rate goes up and up and up, and then it just drops also. And then we'll climb back up again.
Not all any of the new recent laws being included on this thing, so that's not the next one.
No, we didn't pull like a huge trick on, hey, this just went into effect a month ago.
Okay, we're doing
Usually we just ask them to tell us what they think happened, right?
Have we ever gotten an answer or had a reason to say no, we're not going to take it?
No. Go ahead.
But if we don't do it on the third one, would we let them the fourth time? So, I mean, they probably need to understand the seriousness of it, that's for sure.
This is, it's like multiple choice, it's K-5.
It's got some K type and it's got short answer after the first round. First round is all multiple choice. True, false, a few K type, and then matching and fill in.
Any common denominator that you see?
So it's odd because I get that question a lot. And I know Dr. Griffin just heard me say this. The problem is once you have 70% is passing, once you've missed over 30% on a test, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Like it's just, and I think you'll agree with me on this. I think a lot of it is a lot of these students especially aren't used to having to just think through a quick legal question and give an answer. It's, if you haven't been in practice or you haven't, I guess, really worked where you're having to use applicability of concept, it's the same struggle we would see people have with recitation and therapeutics. It's, I understand the base, but I can't put it together.
Well, I can tell you, and it just doesn't make it better, it's just different about how I work arguing, is having served as an expert on over 1,000 cases over the last 20 years, just about every regulation, I've got a story to tell. Now part of it may just be, okay, I'll pose the scenario as I, rather than teach the regulation, I'll pose, because I'm teaching them to begin to help think through this. So I'll pose a scenario and say, okay, how many of you think that the pharmacist did the wrong thing? How many of you think that the pharmacist did the right thing? I mean, that's just an example. And then I'll say, well, why do you think that, why do you disagree with this group? Well, why do you disagree with your argument? And then I'll tell them what it is. So they're beginning to think it through and putting them on the point to stick their neck out, so to speak, to say, here's what I believe. And then I'll give them the answer. And then I also have them do legal scenarios where they do identify the issue, it's called the IRAC method. Identify the issue, what's the rule of regulation, what's your analysis, and what conclusions do you draw from this analysis? And so it is teaching them how to think through some of these things. And some of the questions have two concepts.
Yeah.
The question may clearly deal mostly with one thing, but if you get the part wrong on the other part that's in the question, you get the answer wrong. So
I think you got to remember, our goal here is for them to know the law, not to prevent them.
That, well, and that's why we do law review, that's why we meet course coordinators.
So the third one might need to be true false.
Some people don't do well with true
well,
false.
I think students,
That's why
I
it's
can tell you, the biggest thing that they'll do with true false questions, well, what about this? Or it could be, if it was this, it'd be different. So maybe about this.
Yeah.
By the time that they thought through all the different possibilities, now they forgot what the real question was.
Yeah.
So I'll even instruct them, read the question.
Read it,
Just
answer it, go.
what the question's asking. Read it at face value. And if you start going through this, well, what if, leave it alone, don't answer it, come back to it later, because now you're trying to process the answer to this question through all of these what ifs. Clear your mind. Just go on and then come back to it. And then if you're still unclear, stop, read it for what it is, and answer the question based on the four corners of the question.
So
we're nowhere near where we were starting. What do you want to do with those things?
do you want me to pick a time and just squeeze them in tomorrow? Sure. I'll get with the school. Well,
Tomorrow or Thursday?
it has to be Thursday. And it'll be early. You know, if they've got a 9 o'clock class, I'll ask the school like, hey, we need them for 20 minutes. So if it means we got to start at 8:30, would that be okay? If it's
Thursday.
Thursday.
Are we really starting?
No, I'm just gonna say for 20 minutes, what are we gonna accomplish?
How long you gonna need?
But do it up
Well, I mean,
to-
we can ask them questions. Or we can-
That's completely up to y'all.
Don't do it. We're fine.
9.
And traffic's a big difference.
Yeah.
What time are we starting tomorrow?
9.
Is it 9 or 9:30?
Oh, man.
Well, we had some stuff roll
There's some stuff all
We got chow.
So
along.
now-
We're eating at 9:30.
Oh, they're off, then Watson RX is off.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I've already got them September.
And I can promise you, there's all those people wondering.
Yeah, I know we're gonna do consent agreements in the morning.
I bet you some of these texts don't show up.
They won't.
So that
You
would
guys-
be, that's say after lunch, let's talk. Better, y'all, after we lunch,
If you
15
want,
minutes talk.
if you want Dr. McCray to lead off, we do have our 245s actually on Zoom.
What's a 245?
Azalea Health, it's an electronic health
Oh, today.
record that wants to be able to be used on call. I'm gonna go figure out real quick what the schedule for students is tomorrow. We may be able to call and say 9 o'clock tomorrow.
What's the situation for Apple?
They, under a previous company ownership, they had approval to deliver meds to like the adult daycare centers that we had dealt with previously. They ended up not really, they were going to have to do a report on how it went. They never really used it. And then the company changed hands and they would like to keep the ability to have that approval in case they need it in their.
So they're just not here today?
Not good.
I'm gonna go figure out.
Because I think if the kids, the students come in, you're gonna talk to them. I mean, it's not a wrong thing. It's not gonna be deliberate. It's not what he said, she said. It's just, look, study on her.
Ask them what they're struggling with.
Yeah. So it's gonna be a quick deal.
And especially Northwest Main staff.
Yeah. So, with the,
All right.
Hey, Tony, this is Brenda.
Brenda?
Yeah.
I was just trying to find out what number we're about to talk.
We're going to do Azalea Health. Tony, are you out there?
I'm here.
Tony had emailed, Dr. Robertson about an EHR. They have a hospital that's interested in utilizing their product, and it has not been approved by the board previously, so we asked them to come in today. She is on Zoom, and I'm going to let her kind of tell us about the program, and then we'll have questions, and then we have Dr. Robertson here also to help with that. So you will, Charlie, you can kind of scroll forward to her PowerPoint, your presentation, and Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you.
I'm sorry, it was really difficult to hear the last thing you said.
I'm sorry, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I couldn't quite understand. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Quimby. I am the regulatory project manager for Azalea Health. I'm a registered nurse for 25 years, and I'm working with with our EHR products for both our hospital and ambulatory programs to help us keep regulatory compliance. Our sales team came to me several weeks ago and have been engaged with an Arkansas hospital, a small hospital, and they asked if we had ever been approved by the Arkansas Pharmacy Board for use in hospitals in Arkansas. And to our knowledge, we had not. I do know that we have a couple of hospitals in Arkansas, but I don't know if they were in place before we changed hands from the Prognosis product to Azalea Health several years ago, before my time. So this hospital wouldn't continue even engaging with us until I came and presented for y'all to consider us for approval. So Chart Access is the actual name of the inpatient product. We are an ONC certified EHR that mainly specializes in critical access hospitals. That's our main market for the hospital product. As on the ambulatory side, we also focus on rural health clinics. And I did send a presentation, I hope you all were able to see it, that showed, I tried to address most of what I could see that looked like would be questions for you all based on the regulation document that I found and was provided to me online. So I don't know what kind of questions you might have for me or what other information I need to provide, but I am here and ready to answer any questions I possibly can for you.
You want to kind of go over your EHR and kind of tell us the procedures and who's involved in it and who would be using it, that type of thing?
We have hang on just a second. I lost my train of thought there. I'm so sorry. I got mixed up there. So who would be using? Ask me what your.
Well, let me go back. Why don't you just the board members have your presentation? If you want to just go through that and
okay, sure.
Talk about the product.
Would you like for me to share my screen?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, it says it's disabled. Okay. It says the host has disabled participant screen sharing, so I can't share my screen.
Can I ask a question? Her name's, is it Tommy? Tommy, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you pretty well. There's just a little bit of an echo. I'm trying to listen really closely to hear the words.
Tony, try again to see if you can access now.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the name of our product is Chart Access. Our organization, our company is Azalea Health. And like I said, we have ambulatory and inpatient products. The Chart Access product does focus on critical access hospitals, smaller rural hospitals. That is our main market that we try to cater to and try to meet the slightly more unique needs of those hospitals. Chart Access is, it has inpatient, has ED module. There's an enterprise scheduler. There is a surgery scheduler that just went live in testing today. So that's a new product that we have added. We do have an EMR, which I sent there's a few slides later about that. There's a nursing board, an ED board, a patient accounting module that goes along with it. And then we have acquired the company that used to be Dashboard MD is now Azalea Analytics to do a lot of clinical analytics, CQMs. It is a qualified registry for CQM reporting. We're working on getting that enabled for the hospital side as well. And it does a lot of population health calculations and dashboards for hospitals and clinics to follow their quality measures. We are Cure certified. We finished the certification for Cures last year, and we upped our edition and updated all of our chapel listing and our website to show the Cures update certification. This is our chapel listing showing that we do CPOE. We have all of the drug allergy interactions checks for CPOE, clinical decision support. We use Doctor First for e-prescribing for prescriptions in hospitals that would lend mostly towards the discharge prescriptions. But we do have that, and I think all of our clients use the ERX for their promoting interoperability activities as well. So then I just sent some screenshots of our workspace so that you could see what our workspace looks like. This is the actual patient medications ordered that shows all of their orders, they're listed, their status. who the provider was when it was ordered. And then you can click on each one of these. These are screenshots, so I can't do that. But you can click on each medication and it will give you all of the details about that medication and the order for that medication at the bottom of the screen. This is the actual EMR showing the scheduled medications. So this was, you can see down here at the end, this was Benadryl, this is Abilify, and it shows the ordered doses. This is also where the nurse can come in and document administration of the medication. This one was administered on 2/12 at 20:57, 10 milligrams. And this box right here is given, that shows that that's where the nurse shows that they actually administered medication. We do also have BCMA scanning available as well. And there's right here is a column if it were BCMA scan. When I did these examples, I don't have all that. I work remotely from my home, so I don't have scanners and label printers and all of those things at my home to demonstrate all of that. This is one of our EMR reports that shows all of the doses that were given, if they were not given, if there was a witness required for the administration, a site device, if applicable, if they gave a reason for not giving the medication, and I have an example of that right down here. There is a drop down, several different choices, and I think there's an other they can put it, they can keep up with all of that documentation. So this is just a report that they can generate out of the system to show what was given and when, what was not given and when and why. This is the MAR daily chart worksheet. And did somebody have a question? Okay. This is a daily chart worksheet that just kind of gives a summary of for that day of the actual dose, the medication that was given, the time, date and time it was given, the actual dose, and who gave it. So kind of like an MAR, it's actually for the whole day, so it can show doses that were given and doses that are still due, as this one right here does not show that it was administered yet. Then in the pharmacy workspace, this is where the pharmacists actually work. They have a dashboard. There's a verification dispensing, some printing, a pharmacist review, and a review report, and then a few other spaces they can work in. But these, I tried to highlight the ones that seem to meet the regulations or be addressed in the regulations the best I could. So this is the pharmacist review screen. So this shows all of the patients over here who have orders that have been entered but not reviewed. So these are broken down by care level. So it's got the observation, and then this would be inpatient, and then there could be an ED. Care level has all the patients. Then when you click on the patient, it shows any orders that have been entered for medications that have not been reviewed by the pharmacist. The pharmacist can go in and review this down. This bottom half of the screen shows all of the information about the order. The pharmacist can then approve it or make a recommendation. If they don't approve it, they can make a recommendation that will go back to the physician, and the physician can then accept that recommendation. I do have an example of that in just a second too. But this is kind of the scroll down to capture the bottom of this screen after the medication was reviewed and verified. That's my name, but I was acting as the pharmacist for this, so it put that I reviewed and verified this medication and the date and time. And then it shows up here that I approved it. This report right here shows, this is from the pharmacist reviewed report, shows the pharmacist that did the activity, the date and time, if the medication was approved or if a recommendation was made. So down here, this is the Coumadin, and this is the one that I did the recommendation for. And it shows that I did not approve it, that I made that recommendation. And this is where I did the recommendation. So there are a host of reasons that the pharmacist can check and justify make their recommendation and why they made that recommendation. Then that will go back to the physician to approve or not approve and complete the order at that point. After the order is reviewed and approved by the pharmacist. Then it goes to the verification and dispensing. Same thing, you have the list of patients over here on the side, and then you can choose not dispensed, dispensed, or inactive medications. So when I went to non-dispensed, these medications showed up for this tester patient. This is aspirin. Down at the bottom is where the pharmacist chooses which product to actually dispense for this medication, for this order. And then once they choose that, and then there's a save button down here at the bottom that's not there where you can see it. It shows there's my reviewed and verified again, and then it shows it was dispensed in the amount of 500 milligrams. We switched from the aspirin to the Keflex, but it shows what was dispensed and how many. And down here it shows exactly what form of the medication was dispensed. This is just a screenshot of our some of our labels that print. I was able to I added this. Y'all don't have this picture. I had this. Someone sent me this example after I prepared the PowerPoint for you all for the label. And that is a quick overview of our pharmacy workspace and the medication administration workspace.
Tony, I got 2 questions. Do you guys interface with Pyxis or Omnicell, any automated dispensing cabinets?
We do have some hospitals that use those cabinets. Not all of them do, but some of them do.
But you interface with Profile, you're an interface with the ones that do? We do. Okay. And I'm not familiar with certifications of EHRs, so I just got a general question.
Okay.
Are you considered a certified EHR for the purposes of meaningful use for Medicare?
We are, absolutely. That Cures update that we just did is the most recent certification for use with Medicare and CMS programs. So yes, sir, we definitely are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dan, you got any questions?
So in the past, when we've had a system come in that they want to use in a facility or things like that, they come to board for approval of their system. They have a pharmacy or hospital pharmacy that may be interested in utilizing this system, but they don't have all of that ironed out at this point. So I think their ask is for approval for the system to be marketed in Arkansas so they can see if they can use it in the critical access hospitals. And then at that point, we've always asked them if they have one that wants to use it, they come to us and say, or send us an email and say they want to use this. In the past, they've come before the board. I know the last meeting we sent in, you guys said, once we approved one, got the system approved, staff approved it. They didn't necessarily have to come back. So I'm going to put that on you once you discuss and decide which one.
Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Other 2. I mean, they're a certified EHR. I think our motion today would be allow them to go forth with marketing, and then if there's a hospital that wants to use them, just comes to board staff for approval.
Have a second on that motion? Dr. Jolly has a motion to approve this software for use in the state, and if they find a hospital that wants to use it, if they would just contact staff for approval. Dr. Newsom seconded. Any other conversation? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None in favor?
So Tony, the board has approved the use of this EHR system. I would ask that once you get out and it's been marketed, if you have somebody that's interested in using it, that you would contact Dr. Robertson. I know you have his email contact information, and then we'll go from there.
That sounds wonderful. I thank you all so much for your time this afternoon.
And you will get a letter from our attorney, actually Dale's, giving you the authorization to move forward.
Okay, thank you so very much. I appreciate it.
Anything else, Dr. Frederick?
Well, I'm expecting a phone call back any moment, trying to check what classes these students have on Thursday morning. Tomorrow morning, they do not have a class at 9, but it sounds like it's a therapeutics exam day starting at 10.
Oh, yeah.
So it's either bring them in 9 and get them out of here by 9:30, or so Dr. O'Brien has the list and is checking what they have Thursday morning. I said, well, we're in a situation of, I know I can do Thursday morning at 9 o'clock before we start our other hearings. I don't know when we're going to meet after that and to put them out to see.
Can I suggest something? What do y'all think about, like, those of us, or those of you that are in Little Rock or in Central Arkansas close, and I'll come up. Just whenever you can get them in here, we have a few of the board members.
Has to be a board meeting.
Well, it'd be a small board.
Yeah. Maybe we have to like put it out publicly for people to attend and everything else, but we could do that.
You know what I'm saying? Just something easy that we can.
You say if Thursday morning doesn't work out.
If
Thursday morning not gonna work out.
No, that's
tomorrow.
That's Wednesday.
and I said there's 2 at Northwest that we would allow to Zoom in, understanding that, I mean, all right, let me see, hold on. Copy. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll call you back, let you know if we're gonna do Thursday at 9, or if they're just gonna try to pick another day where we can do like in the afternoon, because they're open like Friday afternoon. Okay. Okay, well, they're trying to get a couple more workers to meet with them if they will keep you there. But I'll let them know. No, they do not. We've got to call them this afternoon. We were going to call them once we knew the plan. Okay, thanks. So they have electives on Thursday morning. Dr. Brian says that, you know, they could have an excused absence from their elective class, which the professors know is proper.
Okay, then.
So tell them the 5 here Thursday at 9, be in our office. And I mean, and 2 be Zoom. So will they take it then, or will we just, that's up to y'all. I'm probably not. I mean, we'll, the thing is, they're going to want to study and we're going to want to go do a cleanup around 3. I would get around 3 while anyway.
What happens if they don't pass round 3?
Well, last time I asked, what happens if they don't pass round 2? I was told, don't ask that question. That's been a few years, and we've had some people that didn't pass round 2, and it was okay to bring back before the board. Generally, you have a discussion of what do you need to be successful, like what is it that is missing from us? So I think this is everything we have today, isn't it? I figure Thursday.
John, will you make sure they know that whenever they call them, they're not going to be quizzed on on Thursday when they're here. They're not going to be expected to retake the test when they're here.
Well, I can sometimes retake the test, but I think you have some fellow board members who might want to ask them some simple all stuff like
Okay.
to gauge. And you've done that before to gauge, like, where are you? You know, again, it's usually like one person, like usually one person that we get to like round 3.
But I don't want them to like all of a sudden stop studying
For
for
therapeutics,
therapeutics
yes.
because they feel like they're gonna.
That's absolutely fair.
That's what.
I want to watch it that same bunch of people.
I'm gonna be surprised. Yeah,
I have had road tie students.
that struggle with the application of law.
Look, I didn't think I passed a law test when I took it.
We can go look and see.
No, I did pass it, but I was pretty sure I had.
I had my record up here just to see what all looked like. You know, I knew I had immunization and I had something else that I ran across. I don't think I even realized it had my law score in there. I'm like, hey, I'm glad I did that. Because we said it wasn't 70%. I think it was 80.
I don't know, I just know.
It was tough.
I know it. I did not study.
I found one of our old tests like when I was in school and I was like, I can't believe I passed that. No. It was terrible.
I know what I've been on laws in elementary schools passed.
Me too. I
I
just
figured
figured
North
that,
Carolina.
I just figured they passed me and then put it on there.
Combined with a west.
Yes, a lot. That's all I have. If you guys want to end the meeting for today, and I've got the test if you want to see what people miss.
And what time are we starting tomorrow?
Well,
9:30, huh?
what time? I'm not in charge of that.
9:30. I'm in all kind of.
We can come in at 9:30, and if somebody's already here, we can start.
I love y'all, but I don't have to see that.
Oh, one more thing.
Motion to.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, one more thing.
Motion.
No, asking for donations for the benevolent fund.
Oh.
Yeah, we just pass
We
this,
run that down.
pass it on to, Lana.
What's the benevolent?
Flowers.
We need to do that?
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, we do that.
Motion to adjourn.
Yeah, we did, we found that.
Okay. And what do we do?
Be back tomorrow at
Just to pay the-
9:30.
Hey, Dolly, you got my